Moon Crystal, good to see you. Bercy, hello. Harry, Thunder, Rory. What's up, guys? Hopefully our connection will be better today. It was not bad over the weekend. We had like one good day, one really bad day, but that actually wasn't my connection. And then Saturday was pretty good with one disconnect, so we'll see if today will be just a little bit better. But already it's better than what it was last week. We had to end the run early last week because I was planning to get to 140, but I literally just couldn't continue, so we stopped at 131. So we got a little bit of a longer day today, which is perfectly fine. So let's get in there and let's do it. Let's get the FC buffs on since we want to food up. Hopefully we make this clean on Dragoon. Dragoon's not going to be as easy as Reaper was last time, so we're going to give it our best. As we always do. That is not the wrong right button. Alright, let's go. I freed it up, right? Okay. Do I have an opening strength? I do. I also have an opening mimic, which is always nice. I'm not going to kill it in time, so... My first time in stream. Oh my god, the Bongo Cat's cute. Hey, Hidden Whisper. Hey, I'm glad you like it. I like it too. Been favoring it a bit more recently, but it's our go-to when I am not gonna be on camera. But welcome into the stream. Gonna check this chest and then actually let's fortune. Oh, okay. Well, let's take both of these with me then. I want to try to see if I can sneak one more chest before I have to rage, just in case. That doesn't seem like it's a viability. Let's just take care of this. With this Gubu, I'm going to have to take the Gubu with me. Which wouldn't have been a problem, honestly, but... Thought this was Dragoon and not a Manticore run. Look, I work with what the game gives me, alright, Willow? Thank you, Willow, for the 35 months.
Thought this was a DRG run, not a Manticore run.
Wow, almost 3 years. Unbelievable. Thank you, Willow, for continuing that support. It's absolute pleasure to have you around. Hope your Monday's treating you well. 20 seconds. Okay. Another innovation. I think something just spawned. No, that was the exit. Okay. I'm like I need anything else. Oh, brilliant. Of course, naturally. One reason I would have wanted to check chests. Go figure. I don't think I make it over there by the time the Gugu turns around, which it did. I'm gonna try to sneak it to see if I can maybe get something. Or if there is something. There's nothing. Okay, we're good. Which means I should be able to meet the Mimic, the Gubu back by the time I pick up all the chests. Hopefully one is a Witching or a Purity. Yeah, let's go. Let me check the last chest first before I have to use that Purity, just in case it's a Mimic. I have to go back anyway to check to get the rage back. Intuition. Okay. Nothing exciting. If I didn't have the purity, I could have thought about doing the alteration. That's usually my go-to strat there. But we have the purity, so I'm gonna leave the alteration in tow. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Like I said, I mean this is the internet, right? So a lot of things are very fleeting, and to have some of you guys still kind of persist your subs, persist your presence in the community means a lot. You're the true buddies, the true friends, the true homies. And hey, we got another deep dungeon coming in. So next Friday, by the way, I believe that's the live letter. I will go live when the live letter goes live, so that's 7 a.m. Eastern. And we're going to tag team with Chila because she has the ability to translate Japanese to English, so I certainly don't. So we're going to do that next Friday. Be a very long day for me. We'll do a Thursday stream, take a nap, come back, do the Friday thing, and then go back again on Friday night for my normal stream. Shilling, 70 months. Thank you for continuing that support in a row. Appreciate you, man. Through all the things that we've done in this channel, you've been around, so appreciate that. Hope things are going well for you. That is a power sub. Okay, my fortune droid. No! That's fine. No big deal. I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. Actually worried I was gonna clip the other one. Oh, did I sight? I did sight. I left the chest because the chest spawned. Rage, another rage. Okay. Oh. Why, yes, I shall oblige. Too bad I'm not scoring. Got a lust back. There's some chest here. Ay, the mimics. Been balancing the rages with the mimics at the moment. Might leave this on because of the way the run is going. I think I leave the pox on. Literally just purely off superstition, that's it. Sometimes you get that vibe on the run. Sometimes the game is kind of telling you this thing is going to happen, and I do kind of adjust to that. Whether it's like there's a certain palm that's showing up a lot, or you're just getting a whole bunch of mimics. Like I will actually make an adjustment to that. Kind of one of those like little itty bitty things that is hard to explain sometimes on a run, like certain decision making, why you kind of dictate the decision, but that's going to be one of the reasons. And so I use the alteration here because I'm gonna try to sit on the pox. Again, I would normally not use an alteration, but we'll use it today. Oh, come on. Like it's gonna be one of those days today. Which is good for you. If it's a weird day today, that's actually really good for the guys watching. Of course, the risk I'm running right now with keeping the pox on is no items. Because if I get no items, then it's an instant Serenity, which kind of sucks. Okay. Speaking of, wouldn't have been a problem on this floor in particular. Ooh. A strength 3-up. Love that for me. 30 months in a row is like a lot of months in a row. It's a lot of months in a row. It's a power flex on the channel, that's for sure. It means a lot. Hey, Barman. That's the exit, so I don't want to go this way. I'm gonna get the ogre. That was a Serenity, right? Yep. There is an altered room here. Hey Emily, how you doing? Welcome in. Howdy. Howdy. Oh, you're looking right at the chest, huh? Hmm. Oh, seriously. Here I was gonna try to sneak a free kill in. Nice targeted respawn, yeah. Couldn't have been more targeted than that. And I was like worried I'd be hitting a trap too, so it could have been a disaster if the moment I hit a trap. Or if I was here 2 seconds early. If I was here late. If I was here like 2 or 3 seconds late, I would have popped the landmine. Oh, I did hit the trap, right? I hit a landmine. I would hit the landmine, that would have spawned, and that would have aggroed immediately. Which means it would be up to my reaction time to survive. That means that's the altered room? That's Mimics. Okay. Efforts. Alright, let's clear the exit then. Well, it's not mean it's clear, it's just I'll clear the room. Is there any chest I could sneak? No, there's no chest in here. Chest. Funny enough, says Emily, I have my own Dragoon file sitting around, so this will be helpful since it's a class I have no idea what I'm doing with. Hit a bunch of buttons and a lot of OG cities. That's how you play Dragoon. Hey Wallen, how you doing? Happy Monday, sir. Happy Monday. Take out the most annoying one, which is the Goo Goo. Check this room. Nada. Another one. Yeah, I mean, I like Dragoon a lot, Emily, in its current iteration. Just because there's a lot of buttons to press. That's just basically the main reason why I like it, so... But I would definitely say it's not gonna be to the level of, like, Reaper. Reaper certainly is gonna show more, but, you know, Dragoon is great on the Bloodbath return, at least. How do you like it compared to the other melees? If I were to do my own self-ranking, how would I put this? Let's see. Well, Reaper stands on top for me. Just from what it has and what it can do. I probably put Dragoon and Ninja in a similar spot. Probably Ninja just a little bit more than Dragoon, but I probably put Dragoon like right there next to Ninja, and then Samurai very close, and then Monk and Viper kind of sitting at the bottom for me. I mean, actually, I would kind of put Ninja, Samurai, Dragoon kind of very similar in ranking to me, in terms of what they're capable of doing and everything, and fun factor as well. You know, it's a personal factor too. Samurai's pretty good in here. But I do like the Dragoon gameplay, so can't deny that. How you doing, Slay? Chong. Great. At least there's no trap in here anymore. But the follow-up steal, I'll take it. Not bad. Finishing up some work and then going to try to get further in PoTD, starting at 100, hoping to get as far as I can today. Okay, cool. I wish you the best of luck. No shenanigans, just a nice clean run going up top. Yeah, today we'll have a bit of a longer day today because this was supposed to start at 1:41, but our connection woes last week were problematic. So I'm hoping today will be much better, and we'll go all the way today. I have no threat of maintenance. That's always good. So we have all day. But threat by ISP, can't predict that, man. It's like outside, it's threat of rain, you know, weather's muggy. We'll find out though. But of course I'm now kind of partial paranoid games that I have to like make sure that it isn't just ISP. I gotta make sure it's not my restream software too. So that's also another thing. Especially since that one day where it was clearly restream having a problem, not me. Best casino soundtrack right here. I need to dump my GCDs. Let's pull this one. Mopey, hello. Glad to catch the live stream. Hello, good to see you. Aw, well, right back at you, dude. This is like, well, this is like a bad time for. I mean, I guess it depends on your schedule from Japan. I know one of my longtime buddies from Japan. I always joke about the Monday streams because I always joke about how the moment they hit the bed, I go live, which is like kind of true for them. And then the moment they wake up, I end stream. So I completely try to avoid them. I mean, it's partially true, but you know, I'm just joking. But that is kind of how it is. What's a Twitch viewer's favorite animal? Like a random Twitch viewer's favorite animal? Kappa bar. I guess that's true. What's your favorite animal, Ruby? Oh. Didn't predict that one. Trotoris? Noise. Mine? Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I'm not sure. Maybe I have the affinity to cats right now, so maybe a cat. Nice and simple. I haven't been to a zoo in a long time. Don't really have a zoo in my area that I can just go to. No. Witching. How do you get the simpler ability UI like that on Dragoon and Black Mage? I got you, Emily. Let me get to the next floor, then I'll show you. Really easy. Basically, it's in the HUD, but I'll show you how to do it. I've also watched a ton of my runs. I noticed that my strat up to 150 has been to go to each room and clear through it, which isn't necessarily what I do. How do I decide what to pull in the higher levels when you aren't clearing, though? How do I decide what to pull? Like, are we talking like 151? Or are we talking like getting into like from like 101 to 150? I think my decision is different depending on what floor set I'm on. What's up, Zevran? No, I was thinking about doing it right now, but I want to get to the next floor only because I can let the respawns kind of, you know, do its thing. So I usually don't mind just literally stopping in my spot to show. It's just I'll give myself the greatest advantage here, which will be on the next floor. Oh, that Dahawk. Okay, nailed it. Alright. 151. Oh, okay. On Reaper. Okay. I'll answer that question. Let's do Emily's things first. Okay, so it's in the HUD. You go to HUD. That's on HUD. You go to HUD, and then you select where the UI is. So right here, it's on the bottom, like right-ish. It should be here. Yeah, it's clear. Okay, so here, you click it. So it says Dragoon gauge. It's really small because I made it like 60%. You hit the UI element, and it's right here. Switch .b to simple. So if I hit it, and I go out of here, then it's not the simple one anymore. So if I go to HUD again, I go here, UI element settings. Each UI has, I think, they all have like a menu within a menu to adjust things with it. But that's how I do it. And then it's smaller because I don't need it too big. Honestly, I don't even need the gauge there. Well, I mean, I need the gauge there for like higher levels, that's for sure, but not right now. So okay, so what do I decide to pick? Well, for Reaper and Melee in general, I mean, it's going to be very similar to today, to how I decide to pick things. But highest priority, like, the thing with Melee is that you need to alternate between easier and harder enemies. So you're designating enemies that are going to be something that you can fight without Bloodbath and something you can fight with Bloodbath. That's generally what you do on Melee. Because you want to basically have the greatest uptime with your Bloodbath. Now, 151, you're not too worried about Bloodbath usage overall. You can basically get through everything without too much Bloodbath. But starting at 161, you are going to run into enemies where you need to have Bloodbath or you can get away without Bloodbath. And so priority would be kind of picking and choosing there. But generally, I would say the higher priority for like all jobs, not just Melee. Like, the Bloodbath thingy is more the additional factor of Melee. But for all jobs, for me, it's more like my ability to navigate through the room. So I'm going to take out something that is simply blocking my way to victory. So, okay, let's try do an example on this next room over here. So in this room, there's nothing blocking me through this path, so I don't need to pull anything. Now, I could pull something because my GCDs are up, my cooldowns are up, but that's whatever. But a lot of times I'll pick the enemy that becomes a little bit annoying. See this monk right here? That monk is mostly annoying. To me, to get to this next room, I have to pull one of these. So we'll pull the monk because it's proximity. And that's the main reason, because it's a proximity. In terms of difficulty, they're like the same difficulty, so I don't have to worry about it. So that's usually how I do about my pull. So if you can get from room A to room B without having to pull, that's kind of ideal if you're still navigating. And once you kind of navigated the entire floor and you know where the exit is, you check all the chests, then it doesn't matter what you pick. But main objective is to get to all the chests and make sure the exit's clear. That's what you want to focus on. Like, for instance, in, let's say, 171, when you start having Sasquatches, those become difficult, and Sasquatches will start to become a priority because they're so big, they're probably going to aggro if you're navigating through the room, so you have to kind of kill them. So they're a priority for two factors. They're a priority for two factors. One, that because they're proximity, but also, you know, they're blocking you from rooms, so you gotta kind of get rid of them. Yeah, I figured as much. They just killed you too. Hopefully that made sense. This game has so many good UI options. They're all so buried. This game, dude, honestly, Rory, this game is still ahead of its time. Even though it's 10 years old now, with the way it has the UI set up, it is so ahead of its time. I mean, I'm still struggling with games that you can't even pick the freaking inputs for your controller, which is so irritating, you know? Like, something that simple I would have thought would be something you'd see, but no. Man, even as simple as, like, oh, I was playing Rataton a couple days ago, and you can't even change the symbols from Xbox to PlayStation. Like, something that simple to me, it's like, I would have thought that would have been a no-brainer, you know? No matter what controller you can use whatever symbol you want, but no, they try to rely on auto-detection, and then half the time auto-detection doesn't even work. FF14 sucks. Aida only plays Fortnite, so take that as you will. Emily says, thank you. I always pick off proximity enemies first for higher floors, even if they're harder, like Sasquatches. Yeah. You just need to clear the path. That's what's important. How do you get your screen to show so much of the room? Mine always looks like I'm zoomed in. Like, is it like this when you're zoomed in? Do you walk like this? I always have my character zoomed out at maximum zoom out, so I always just zoom it out. If that's what you mean. I don't have a widescreen. I'm not sure if you're referring to that. I don't play with a widescreen. Well, I mean, I play with a 4K monitor, but I don't play with a widescreen. But it's mostly I always play zoomed out in these games. Aramon. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sure it'll be something I'll have to get more practice on. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Melee just does have a little bit of a unique situation with how you try to conduct yourself as Melee, different from some of the other classes, but... I mean, like, for let's say the other DPS, you know, Summoner, Pictomancer, Machinist, those heavy hitters. The concept is going to be similar with Melee in the sense that you're replacing Bloodbath with your Burst. So you would take care of a harder enemy with a Burst, as opposed to a Bloodbath, you know? Because Bloodbath doesn't necessarily mean you need a Burst, you just need the Bloodbath buff to help you out to get through the fight longer. So it's like, it's similar in that fashion. I'm zoomed out, but I always feel claustrophobic, like still zoomed in. Interesting. Then it almost sounds like that's resolution at that point. Maybe you want to have a higher resolution? What kind of resolution do you have? Because I am playing at 4K. And I remember when I swapped around from... Initially I was 720, then I went to 1080, then I went to 4K, and I always had to readjust my HUD for the larger screen. So that could be a thing too. What Gim said, oh yeah, that's another way to look at it. Maybe make the HUD smaller. A lot of my HUDs are like below 100%, so it makes it feel like it's bigger, I guess. Because I don't like the UIs being so big to begin with, so... Hey Zyri, I hope I said that name right. Lurker here, I appreciate the lurk. I wanted to say thank you for the guide. I just got my Necromancer title yesterday in Machinist. Time to work on Heaven on High and EO next. Congratulations over on YouTube. Let's go. Welcome to the club. I'd love to hear it. Let's go. Yeah. Machinist in the books. Oh, and I appreciate the lurks. What is with these monks? They're never ending. Hey, Sadie, how you doing? Good to see you, sir. Good going, new Necromancer, says Rory here on Twitch. Let's go. New Necromancer. Love it. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, sir. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm gonna get this chest and go. I'll have to check it out when I get home. I think it's default. My head's small. Yeah, check resolution. I would say resolution, probably the biggest one. See what kind of resolution you have. Okay. I really didn't think that would work, but we're here. We did it. Yes. Good old no items available. It sucks because I kind of maybe wanted to affluence the next floor, but... Ugh. I kind of want to do it. Because I would carry that strength over into the boss. Oh, never mind. Whatever I just said, guys, erase it from your memory. It doesn't matter. It means nothing. Why is that jump a thing? Why is that jump the thing that works? It's the way it registers your position. Like, to me, what doesn't make sense to me, Rory, is how I'm unable to do a landmine doing a jump back, but I can avoid aggro sometimes with the jump back. And that's not just the jump back. I can do that with dashes too, like Dancer Dash with Unavant. Reaper as well. Like, you can pull it off. It's just, I think, the way it registers your position. I think also it's a server tick shenanigan. You know, I've seen situations before, Rory, where, like, let's say there's, like, a death field in the middle. You can actually, like, in situations, you can dash right through it, but it's a server tick thing. So, it just comes down to server tick. Don't start asking me about server ticks, though. I'm no leading expert on server ticks. I know you can manipulate server ticks, meaning you can kind of understand and read when the server tick is going to happen, but that is not something I rely on. And a lot of times, I think my understanding, if someone in chat wants to kind of bring up that knowledge if you want to, my understanding is like you would get some type of hot on, or you would get some type of DOT on, and then that's how you read the server tick, you know? Because obviously the heals are going to be on a server tick, so... But how you time it, don't even ask me. I mean, there's probably a ping issue and blah blah blah, so there's a lot of things going on with it. To me, I just take it as a bonus. I just assume I'm going to aggro, but if I avoid it, then I'm good. I definitely dashed through landmines and had gotten hurt, not gotten hurt, feels random. Well, landmines, that one is gonna be a distance thing. If you get a certain amount of distance, then you will always avoid it. If you don't get the distance, then you're not, but this could be a potential issue. So there's something behind me. Now that's a larger issue, that's a monk. Okay. Not with the monk. I don't need a positional displacement when I'm gonna get hit with a petrify. Monk, actually. Nice re-up on the strength. I'm gonna hope I can see a steal, but I don't really need... Oh, that opened up there. Another Serenity. No, I'm not gonna bother. It's too far. Too many things for me to do. There's another chest over there too. Yeah, this is definitely affluence. 100% affluences considering the amount of chests that are here. But they're all guarded by monks. The only thing I would really want is a steal. But I can get away without a steal, so it's not a big deal. I mean, I can get the witching back, but it's not a big deal. I have a fresh strength, which should get me into the boss. No. Let's see. Pull the troubadour. Aramon, coming in hot. Bing, bing. Another Aramon, gonna take a look at where it's going. Coming in this way as well. Okay. Keep an eye. I think there is at least another patrol, but I'm not sure when's gonna come back. Roro, hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Are there any other phantom jobs you'd like to see to become real ones? I don't know what they do, so I couldn't answer that question. I had not stepped in Occult at all, so I don't know what everything does. All I kept hearing was Cannoneer is very strong. I mean, yeah, I think it certainly will be fun in Deep Dungeon to have those options, but I don't know. I'm the wrong person to ask that because I have no idea what they do. Yo, what up, Breezy? Happy Monday. I shall oblige. Yo. There's a patrol behind me. I saw it floating back, so I just need to keep I just need to make sure that I know it's there. There it is. I'm gonna go to the check. Oh, right. Let's secure you then. Oh, I missed. You're not coming this way, that's for sure. Well, you could actually still come this way, but no, not this time. I'd rather pull the monks, but it looks like I'm only gonna get through that room. Okay, let's go. Boss time. Okay, potion here. Gonna go for the forbidden 3-3. Two. 3 and 3. Done. Easy game. Boosted by... I think it was boosted by Dragoon's damage boost. Okay. First set of floors in. Which means also first set of ads coming in. So ads are going out on Twitch and YouTube. We'll set up the titles and everything and go straight into 141. Thank you guys for watching. We had a bit of a long stream today, so let's get it all done. I'll see you in a little bit, BRB. D Spooky says, I like your content. I'm glad you post and stream. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I post and stream too, D Spooky. I love it. I enjoy it. We've been getting into more variety lately, so that's been also fun too. So I hope anyone who's been consuming that has been having a good time. But either way, thank you for that. I appreciate it. But anyway, BRB on YouTube as the ads are going out. See you in a bit. I didn't even realize you could use that Pomano the boss so much quicker. Hell yeah. Very quick. Quick kill. Still remember when I still remember when I accidentally ran into that. I was fighting that boss normally, way back in the day. And out of desperation, I was like, okay, let's just use a whole bunch of palms because I don't know what's going to work. And then I see the resolution working. I'm like, oh my god, it actually works. I still remember that. That was really funny. Okay, flight. Good start. Another flight. Because we need more than one flight. I just been finding it normally. Yeah, no, nothing wrong with that. But, you know, it is definitely the go-to shot for me. Okay, strength up. How do you avoid a scream thing, but you don't even see it? Yep. Nope. Strength up. You strength up, and then as long as you get all the hits in. Actually, the way I did it was actually a little bit more extreme. One of the strategies that we call it, or I call it, is 3-2-3-2-3. So you do 3 hits, 2 hits, 3 hits, 2 hits. Some people will do like just 2 hits, like 3-2-2-2-2, which is fine. If you do that, then you have to hit the ads. So if you're going a little slow, you have to hit the ads, otherwise they might become a problem. But I've gotten a lot more comfortable with that, so we do it even more hits. Been doing daily roulette for leveling and some hunting logs, but I don't know, is there another way? Been doing daily roulette for leveling and hunting logs. What level are you trying to level, Mercy? Thanks for your guide. I managed to win PoTD and get Necromancer title today! Lana Night Rose, welcome to the club for yourself. That is Necromancer number 2 within the past 2 days. Let's go. Thanks for coming in. Let me know. Welcome to the club. Hell yeah. Love to hear it. There's a fall. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I missed it. Okay, I got a new PC and came back to 14 after like 6 years. Or so. I'm trying Scholars a second job. My first one was Bard. Never got past 60. I don't know how to level. You know, PoTD is actually really good. Before 60, but after 60, Heaven on High's there. Roulettes are good. Honestly, MSQ handles you very well for leveling for at least one singular job. It does a really good time bringing you up to speed. Like, if anything, if you do an MSQ, a lot of times, like, you may need to bridge the gap towards, like, let's say 68, 69, around there. But you generally can get all the way to basically the next tier level cap for the expansion before you really have to worry about anything. Do you think you ever done PoTD? I don't know how it is nowadays, because PoTD would be pretty nice if people are also doing it. But as a healer, I mean, dungeons are still going to be faster. Like mathematically speaking, you will get more XP using dungeons as opposed to PoTD. PoTD was good for DPS, but also it's good if it's, you know, a fast run too. Or, you know, let's say you're going for the title as well. I have all the expansions because I got them when I got the PC. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to focus in on one job, Mercy, like you're gonna work on one job and bring it through, honestly, just do MSQ. The only time you have to worry about leveling a secondary job is if you are done with MSQ. So, Palace of the Dead is in Heaven's Ward, but you can do Palace of the Dead right from the beginning, I believe. Yeah, you don't even need to go through Heaven's Ward. You can do it as low as level 17. It is blocked by Copperbell. I think you have to do Copperbell mines. That's about it. That's like really early. I like how do you get the Necromancer title? D-Spooky, you get the Necromancer title by clearing this dungeon that I'm doing, Palace of the Dead, from 1 to 200 solo. And you can't die. You can't die. Well, you have an ability to get back up, but it's very rare. But you cannot die on the run. So you gotta get all the way to the top without dying. One of the hardest challenges in all of Final Fantasy XIV. MSQ alone can get almost 2 job levels worth of the bonuses they give you. Yeah, I don't know like how the bonuses work. Maybe like they're still pretty good at the lower levels. Like, I'm not sure, like, under, let's say, like, Endwalker Dawntrail, but... Bard just seemed too DPS focused. Bard is definitely support. I mean, but of course you're not, like, tossing buffs on, like, intentionally. Like, you're running through songs that are helping your team. You do have certain things that can help your team. So a lot of the hits that you're doing are, like, actual offensive hits, but, like, your kit built in... your built-in kit has like stuff that helps the party. I believe you just need to, yep. Yeah, just after Copperbell Mines is when you can do it, which is 17. I try tomorrow, then hell yeah. I'm so far away from being able to do this. Be spooky. If you ever want to start, I'll be here, man. As you have maybe heard already, we had 2 people who just got their titles today and yesterday, And, you know, these are people that probably started their journey. I mean, I don't want to assume, but maybe they started a few months ago, maybe they started a few years ago, maybe they started a couple days ago. You have people, as we speak, who are looking at these challenges and engaging them for the first time. So don't even worry about it. However long it's going to take, it's going to take. How it goes. That's why I keep doing this content, because you always get new people all the time. Sight. This is flighted. A lot of chests. Manticore? Sure. Might also try to push MSQ along the way. So it seems overwhelming to you. For a new player, and especially the returning player, this game has so much content, it's ridiculous. Like, I understand the whole thing that people are complaining that 14 is like doesn't have as much content as before. It doesn't hold people's attention as long. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with that. I mean, look, I only really do Deep Dungeon. I literally don't do anything else in this game. But for someone who hasn't done everything in the game, who's coming into this like fresh, you have so much to do. It's crazy. Only one person in all of Crystal DC has soloed Palace on Dragoon. That makes me all the time. Really? That's surprising, but okay, let's go. Considering, well, I mean, there aren't that many people who omnied Palace of the Dead, I guess, to be fair. There's probably, like, what, 50 in the world, maybe, who's omnied Palace of the Dead? So, not that much. Oh! Oh, come on, man! What is that? That is awful. Alright, this knight's gonna go down first. Although the demon does have an enrage. I can stun it, so... The demon actually should have gone first because of that. But it's fine. We have a stun, no big deal. I checked that chest, right? Yeah. I started my first PoTD run 2 years ago. And I managed to clear today. Damn, Lynn! Yeah, that's a story that is very common. It takes as long as it takes. That's it. If it takes years, and we'll help you every step of the way. Some people it takes days, some people it takes weeks, some people it takes 3 years. It took me 2.5 years. Maybe this could be something I record and post. Seems fun. Yeah, absolutely. Spent a couple of months practicing, but only seriously tried for the last 3 weeks, and it was at least 100 hours of attempts. LOL, but it's worth it. Yeah. Yeah, the time that you need, the time that you invest for this challenge is crazy, especially for the first timer. It's always there's always time, and one thing to always also keep in mind is that with the plethora of resources that are out there, you know, it isn't necessarily time with actually playing the game. Some people spend time studying the content. They watch the videos, they read the guides. That's still time spent in, you know. And for some people, that's where the learning process is. It varies between person to person. Some people are really good at watching video and consuming. For me, I'm only good at actually doing the content, at actually doing the thing. That's how I learn best. So I'll spend the hours playing, not studying. And even to this day, you know, like trying to learn things and trying to study things, like I can see myself fading when I'm trying to consume content online. That it gets to a point where I just have to do it for it to sink in. Otherwise, I'm not really going to progress much. I had to do a full stop there, just in case I hit a trap. Dragon clears is super low on my server for whatever reason. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I mean, someone asked me earlier if I was Uselay, like how do I stack Dragoon with the other melee? Like I put Dragoon pretty high up there in terms of both its fun factor and capability. I mean, Reaper is definitely going to be the standout, but interesting that it's kind of low. Nevertheless, I'll use the lust. I only have 2 hours each day during the week to play during work. Hey, you know, that's the beauty of this content, Mercy. It's in bite sizes. It's in 1 hour pockets, so you can do 1 set of floors every day if you want to, you know? No rush, no nothing. You know, sometimes with like a raid, you have to like at least have 2, 3, 4 hours because some of that time is even just spent sitting in PF waiting for the parties to fill, you know what I mean? But Deep Dungeon, you go right in. No wait, no nothing. The only wait's on you. Are you ready? Boom, go in. That's what's fun about it. I'm on Helicarnassus and Dynamis, rather. It seems kind of bare, even though his Dark Knight duties take forever to pop. Oh, Dynamis is still a pretty quiet server, so that makes sense. Why a lot of people they kind of jump to Aether and do their thing over here, because it's usually more populated. Or Primal, maybe Crystal. Okay, I know that there was a boot in this room and a gargoyle, which I don't want to fight. So let me check the chest, which I don't. Oh no, it was the lust, right? Okay. Boot. Hopefully I don't need anything else. I don't want to fight a gargoyle in this situation. I probably will just try to look for something else because of the blind. Thank you for the combo and gameplay. I hope you have a good night and success at this title. Thank you. I hope you have a good night as well. And thank you for the combo. A boot? Canadian? Yes, that's right. Hey! Canadian, hey! So. Gonna look while I try my own hand at PoTD. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk, appreciate it. Ooh, insurance. I like insurance. Fortune... Gargoyle... That's the exit. Okay, so... Steel. Okay, we have options. I try to get to the other side of the map. Fortune, did I use it? I did. Okay, so the gargoyle moved, which means I can get past it right now. I'm gonna pop the steel if I get the gargoyle. Let's get the boot first. Switching. Oh, nah, whatever. It's fine. Not a threat. Incoming patrol. Actually, it's better I had a stun for the patrol then. I'll take that. Okay. This is a chest alteration. Nope. Unless I get a box, I'm not using it. Gargoyle's moving that way, so I can probably get to the room to the left without aggroing him. I'm almost confident I should. Okay. No stun, no chests. We're not going over there. A lot of gargoyles. Secondary chests spawned. 2 boots. And another room. Gold. Knights. Silver chest. Boot. And I'll make my way back, because I think there's at least 2 enemies in the exit that I can check. Okay. That's fine. Alteration, gargoyle you're facing towards the way I need to go, so I'll pull the knife first, and we'll try to sneak around him once he moves. Yeah, and the enemy I prefer not to fight is that one. I have the steel that's in the exit, but I'm holding on to that for as long as I can to get into the next floor. You gonna move, bro? There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, knight first, because he's like right on top of the exit. Skylinks, hey, thanks for the 2 months resub. Appreciate that with your Prime. Thank you so much for the support. This week, might go and finish up Deltarune playthrough. I think I'm gonna start up Chapter 3 tomorrow, and then I don't know how long that's gonna be. It'll take as long as it needs to, but in case anyone wants to watch some Deltarune, that's this week on the night streams. I don't know what game I'm playing after that though. I'm still kind of floating around video games right now. I actually got. No, it's a demo though. I don't want to play demos. I don't know. I'm very picky right now. Forgot the new chapter. Yeah, it came out last week, and that's why I jumped on Deltarune, because I just didn't expect it to show up. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Let's go for it. But I didn't realize that there's still more that's going to get released, but it was nice playing through. We get through Chapter 1 on Friday. Almost, I think, finished Chapter 2 on Saturday. So tomorrow, I think I'm going to enter into Chapter 3, maybe. And there's still, like, a lot of people I need to talk to, so I'm not sure how long that'll take, but... It's been fun. I've been having a blast with that game. For some reason, I don't even mind the fact that I have to read out all the dialogue. A lot of times, it's like, it gets a little tiring, but for some reason, I'm like, yeah, there's no problem. Just read out all the dialogue. Been a fun time. No! Did I safety? I did. Okay. You're my safe room. Oh, come on, dude. These spawns. I'm definitely a believer in targeted respawns. Okay, what is this? Oh, that's actually really good. Serenity? Yeah, because of the damage down. Oh. Well, found the intuition. Go deeper, go deeper, go deeper, go deeper, even deeper. Okay, good. Oh man! What do I have? A witching? I do have a witching. Okay. Not in this room. Hopefully the ghost doesn't follow me here. I don't think it did, because I would have seen it by now. Okay. Still got another room to go to. Intuition, Wraith. I'm gonna go a long way. Everything's blocking the thing, and the respawn. There's a respawn that was here too. Okay, next floor is blighted. All right. That is not a dead end. This might be a dead end. Steel. Let's re-up on steel. The damage down again. I've had damage down 3 times in a row. I mean, I guess it could be worse. To be fair, I could have had something else 3 times in a row, but I'll take this one. Free kill. I will come back for that steal. If I remember. Exit's over there. I saw the exit. It says flighted, so I don't need that many kills. And that Hellhound is now looking directly at the chest, so that's great for me. Flight again, I'll take it. Oh, I don't want the aggro. Not a big deal. I saved you, right? I did. I gotta get the steal. The steel's gonna be here, but the persona's gonna block me. Or not anymore. Maybe the knight gets me? Nope. Okay. $69 chimps. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I think that aggro's. Pretty sure that aggro's. Nope. Nice. Surprised he didn't shoot me. Bum ba bum 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 bum. Alright. Dragon. Flight again. I got all 4, which is great. Okay, Succubus next. Okay, 2 down. I got all my kills here, I suppose. I do want to check the other rooms if I can get to anything, but we'll see. Hey Hugo, how you doing? Good to see you. My resolution back and a respawn. Ah, that's probably gonna add the persona. After chests, that's a dragon. Who's not looking at it anymore. That's a sight. Meh. Could use a strength, but I think I'll go with a... God damn it. Go with an affluence onto 49. See if I can pull strength and something. Okay, affluence here. This is a flighted floor, so I can be a little chill on the kills. This is gonna pull. That looks like a silver. Nothing behind me. Another flight. Well, that's going to be useful for time. Not that I need the time. Silver, that is a silver. I did see that correctly. I'll check that chest next. Another, wow, just got a million flights here, okay. Bad for score running, good for time. Safety already in use. You're a succubus. Okay. That's a treasure room. Alright, noted. Steal. It doesn't carry me into the boss though. I think I would need to re-steal on the boss. Well, it is full lighted. If I go really fast. Hey Slice, how you doing? Next time, man, next time. Oh, I'm not out. Damn. Okay, this is the steal. Let's see if I can go really fast the next floor, but I would like to have a strength too. I'm gonna use a strength, it's I just hope I pick one up. That would be my only issue. That probably shoots me before I get out of here. I knew it. If I didn't go for the chest, I probably would have been okay, but I went for the chest, so what am I supposed to do? That sounds like ability or something. Okay, yep. Which is not fantastic, but it's gonna be okay. Where the hell is the chest? Oh my god, I walked past it. Steal. Ooh, okay, so that solves that problem. Now I just have to hope I get a strength now. Hey, Rolex Stone, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. You know what? Yeah, I'll fight this. I was indecisive what I wanted to fight. It would have been nice to pull the succubus so the exit is clear, and I have to worry about this thing, so I'll just take care of this right now. Okay. surrender. Oh, well, yeah, I'll use it because that if I have to fight something else, at least I have some abilities. Rage. That doesn't do me anything right now. Unless there's a treasure room, then it does. Which there doesn't seem to be. Unless this aggroes. If that aggroes, then I'll just use it. Did not get the strength. Interesting. I will use the strength, but I'm going to be down to 1 walking into 151. It's not entirely a bad thing, but more annoying than anything. Oh my god, I got stuck on a crystal. Let me see where you go. Not towards the exit. Very good. What would you say are the benefits of playing two-handed keyboard? I've been following my content for a bit, and it made me want to try it for myself. Benefits. It's hard because, you know, I know there are people who have issues with carpal tunnel, right? And, I mean, I guess I'm blessed with the fact that I don't have that. Maybe that's, but I can't necessarily say that that's something I'm avoiding with two-handed keyboard. I mean, I'm using what they call a split keyboard. Split keyboard allows me to kind of position the keyboard in a way where it's like really nice. Hold on, this is gonna be a little annoying. Okay. So the split keyboard allows me to distance the keyboard halves in any way I want to. So right now I'm sitting here where my shoulders are kind of equidistant, as opposed to me almost like I'm hugging the keyboard with like a traditional keyboard, which is kind of nice. So that's definitely comfortable to me. But I think in terms of like ergonomics, I mean, I don't know if I will have enough evidence to support the fact that it will be a better quality of life. In the two-hand keyboard, to me, it was nothing about ergonomics. It was simply that that's how I learned how to play an MMO. So I stuck with it when I went to 14. That's really all it came down to. But, I don't know. I like it personally. I've gotten used to it. I never feel like I'm at a disadvantage at all for anything, so... Which is always a good thing to say. I'm gonna try to hold my Gustogel for the ads. I have to use it now. Oh, it's not gonna be up. I should have held it longer. I thought it was... For some reason, I thought it was a shorter cooldown. It's fine. I'm gonna have my other buff there, so that'll be good. Get these guys on a corner. Okay. Now, Reaper was capable of dropping this in 2 cycles, but I'm almost certain I'm not going to do it on Dragoon. We're going to need 3 cycles here, even with the Lust position. Kind of the difference between the jobs. Do I get to the ads, though? That's the question. Yeah, Rolik, I hope that gave you some type of insight a little bit. Like, I don't think I would ever outright suggest this type of gameplay that it in a way that's like, oh, it's superior to something else. Like, not at all. I think every time that it came up to discussion in terms of the different ways of playing the game, I think the angle that I've always kind of gone for was more like, hey, if you have like some weird way of playing the game, then you shouldn't think that it will deter you from accomplishing goals. I think there was definitely a time, a period where I had to defend controllers, like a while back, because people were concerned that they couldn't do this challenge because they were on a controller. You know, I'm like, no, you do not have to worry about that. Like, please, like if you play in a certain way, then by all means. I would argue my gameplay control is very smooth. Yeah, you know what's so funny, Rolik? I never thought about this before, but what do you call it? Where is it? Is it here? Mouse? No, where is it? General? Oh yeah, here. So I didn't even know this was a thing because basically, like, I came from FF11 into FF14, and it felt like FF11 when I set it all up, so I didn't change anything. Like, why would I change anything if it just feels exactly what I'm used to, right? But you could change the camera speed of the keyboard if you wanted to, so like this can be faster or slower, however you want to. I didn't know that was a thing. So I mean, the game has the ability to adjust it as necessary. Not to mention you have a hotkey to flip the camera if you really want to. Like, there's a lot of options to work with in the game that this game provides you. So anything that you feel like you have a weakness on, you could probably find a way to not making a weakness anymore. And to Jason's point, I mean, look, we did clear with one hand, literally. So, you know, that whole argument about, you know, needing to play on a keyboard mouse to accomplish goals is completely thrown out the window in this channel. So I mean, if it's just something that feels good and you want to get used to it, boom. I mean, maybe this is something I would love to know. If someone converts from a keyboard mouse into, say, a dual keyboard, maybe they're having carpal tunnel with the right hand on the mouse, and maybe it helps them. I mean, I would love to know that because I could give that feedback straight back to anyone asking the question. I just don't know. I don't have enough evidence to support that, and I can't say from personal experience that's a thing. I mean, I play keyboard mouse games for certain games, and I don't think I've been lucky to not have to suffer through a carpal tunnel situation. But you know, for me, this is, since I see myself playing like this for a long time, you know, I tried to make it as quality of life as possible with the split keyboard and everything. Some people just click. Controller feels very comfortable for me in the game. Some people just click all their actions with their mouse, and that's wild in my opinion, but it works for them. Yeah, and actually, I remember there being a discussion before. Someone in our Discord posted a Behemoth run, and they're asking, hey, you know, I had a problem with Behemoth. I don't know what the problem is. Can you guys help me out? And I almost got disgusted a little bit, but I wasn't gonna like yell them out. But I almost got a little disgusted because they posted a video, but they were clicking all their stuff, and the first thing. So I was watching it, right? So my thing was, oh, because you pushed early or blah, blah, blah. But then someone goes out and like literally says, oh, it's because you're clicking and you should probably try not doing that. And in my head, I'm like, I mean, I guess that's not wrong, but at the same time, that wasn't the core issue. like that should not be how you view that. Like, you should look at what was happening. Like, they were actually hitting everything perfectly fine. Like, they weren't clipping, they weren't missing anything. Like, if you use your mouse to click all your buttons and you're not missing a beat, I mean, who's to judge, right? You're accomplishing the task. Not to mention, when it comes to a solo run, I mean, who cares about what you're doing on a solo run, first and foremost? Like, that's one thing I love about this content. Who the hell cares what you do? If you accomplish the goal, you accomplish the goal. However you reach that, it shouldn't matter to anyone else. Yeah, I mean, if you're comfortable with a certain playstyle, then stick with it. I mean, you have people who will play Machinist but stay with Standard because they came from, like, WoW. And like in WoW, you're used to Standard. And I mean, sure, you can probably try Legacy, but if that's what you're used to, that's what you're used to, you know? So my whole thing has always been like, if this is the way you play, you shouldn't feel like you need to be forced into another way of playing. I mean, you could certainly take a look at it and try it out. There's nothing wrong with trying it out. But if it doesn't feel comfy and you just don't feel right about it, don't try to feel like you have to do it because someone else said so. And this is right here, the two-hand keyboard is precisely the example of that. What's up, Perfy? Happy Monday. Okay, next set. let's hit some ads. Let's go to the next set. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less on YouTube, and we shall continue. Thank you guys for watching. BRB. My only concern right now is the strength. That's what I'm missing, but I'm sure we'll pick it up. Not too bad over here. Perfy, how are you doing today? How goes you in general? In we go. You alright? That's a mood, me too, I'm alright. Alteration. I'd like to open with a strength, but I only have one now, so... HOH is still prog, but getting into the 70. Nice! Let's go! That's what I like to hear. I spent a month and a half learning to play keyboard mouse until I got to a point where I thought it was as good as I already was on controller. 2 weeks later, I just went back to controller. Yeah. Yeah, and it should be something that you come to the conclusion on, you know? Like, to me, I've definitely, like, had this designation of, like, this game, if I play this type of game, I'll play this type of way. But sometimes, you know, like, if I really had to make it work, I can make it work. Sometimes. But for me, MMOs, I will try to play an MMO 2 hands on the keyboard if possible. It was disappointing when I tried Phantasy Star Online 2, and I couldn't do it. But I was so spoiled with I was so spoiled when it came to Final Fantasy XIV, so what can you do? Like, nothing beats the way 14 sets up the damn HUD. So, this is a me thing. I'm on Darabon level of trap placements. What I did here is I put a marker here and I drew a straight line so that I knew from the chest straight line I should hopefully not hit a trap. That's why I dropped the marker. Because I would be willing to hit I'd be willing to hit a trap. Damn it. Ugh. So close. I would be willing to hit a trap on a rage, but not out of the rage. So I had to make sure that I could make a safe path to that chest, and that's how I did it. I played 11 on keyboard. You know what? I'm gonna go get the alteration now, because I have Pox. I play 11 on keyboard, but started 14 on PS4, so controller was the option. Now I'm too used to it. That's fair. You know, I played FF11 on a controller initially. Wait, no, I did not. No, that's a lie. Olo. That's... Oh, shit, I used the wrong button. Okay. No, that's a lie. I actually got a key... I think I got a keyboard... Did I get a keyboard? How did I play on PS2? I think I got a keyboard on PS2. When I got FF11 on PS2. God damn it. I lied. No, like I'm trying to remember, like I don't know if I played... I don't think I played on controller, or did I? Maybe I did. I play a controller when I played it on PS2. But I'm pretty sure I had a keyboard. Pretty sure I had a keyboard when I played FF11 on PS2, but boy, I don't remember. That's a long time ago. Was that 20 years ago? 21 years ago? Yikes. I know it had a keyboard. I don't remember a mouse, though. That's the thing. Like, I very much don't remember a mouse, but I think I very much remember a keyboard. FF11 was on PS2, yep. It had, I remember when I got FF11 on PS2, you had to buy this huge thing, this attachment, this like hard drive attachment to the back of the PS2, so that you could actually play FF11 because there was going to be a lot of memory. Like this huge like thing that you put into the back of the PS2 just to be able to play 11. Silver. God dang it, I didn't get the angle. Okay. Steel? Alright, so let me make sure that we clear the exit first, and then we pop that steel. I will just ride the pox. I saw what he did to the Pygmy Boys. Aurora would be... Why would he be disappointed? Don't tell me Aurora just leaves them alone now. Mostly? Wow. Game is too easy for him now. He just wants to make it harder. Dude's modding Deep Dungeon before Deep Dungeon ever had mods. I am not out of here. Let's kill the other pudding then. Oh no, actually, let's kill the Deadeye because I kind of like having Bloodbath on the pudding, the Deep Eye. You've been having fun with Viper in Heaven on High? Well, that makes one of us. Yeah, Viper, I honestly didn't really have fun on Viper. Viper was just kind of bleh to me. Like, it's alright. That's about it. It's alright. I brought someone in for funsies, and once I got to 60, I was like, no. Just don't get eaten up by an Onryu. Okay, straight in. I still think you can kill all of them on the lower set. You shouldn't have to fight them in... I still think you can kill all of them on the lower set. You shouldn't have to fight them in the 60 set. You mean like they shouldn't exist on the higher set? It was definitely a weird design for Heaven on High. That everything up until that point for Deep Dungeon had been scaling correctly upwards. Even Palace. I mean, Palace is very evenly scaled, right? I mean, things get harder as you go further. For some reason, they just flipped it upside down for Heaven on High 61 plus. That it starts at its hardest point and then gets easier, even when it comes to the boss. There's a chest over there. Guarded by 2 patrols in my way. I'm not patrols, proximity enemies, sorry. But it's no sprint, which means we should get a rage, right? That's how that works. Secondary steel, that's nice. I'll pull the pudding, just because I'm sure it's going to be a problem. Make sure I get my angle. Well, alright, guess you're joining the fun. not you. Only one of you can join the fun, not two of you. By the time I kill this, the pot should hopefully move, which gives me an angle to check the room to the left. Not that way, though. God dang it. That's not the way I wanted you to move. Can I get this before the puddings give me a problem? Site. Well, they're gonna give me a problem now because I'm committing to the site. Okay, so I had a steel in this other room and a safety which I did use. Wait, what's in the spawn room? I don't know. Oh, that's safety. What? Did I not pick it up? Oh, I didn't pick it up. Okay, so the steel is behind me. Let me check the other chest here. Kill the pudding so it doesn't give me a problem on the exit, and then we'll pick up the steel when we go. There we go. That's the strength I'm looking for. Hell yeah. Time for the debuy. So now, like, this was a question I had earlier. What do I decide to fight? How do I decide to navigate the room? So in this example, I checked all the rooms. I made sure I got to the chest as clean as possible. Proximity enemies had to go. But once I had the lay of the land, and we had access to all the chests, now it's just clear up. So clear up the exit, that's priority, and now it's just kill anything that moves until I open the exit. So it doesn't really matter what I pull, especially with the steel on. But you definitely want to get to chests first. And this is probably the thing I still see all the time from people who are doing runs, especially new runners and everything, is that they will check chests before the exit opens. And that little detail is something that will cost you time and will bleed you time. Like, before you know it. Like, you can lose... Man, you could lose, what? One mimic is going to be like at least a minute. So imagine if you spawn 3 or 4 mimics minimum on a floor set, all because you opened it after the exit open. That's what, 3-5 minutes? You could lose 5 to 10 minutes off mimics just because you open them after the exit open. Like, if you're looking to save time, that's one thing you can try to do to save time. Check chests before the exit opens. What's up, RMX? How you doing? And that's when mimics start to become less intimidating. Like, I don't necessarily mind mimics per se. They become exponentially more annoying when you've cleared the floor and then you get a chest and then it's mimic. Mr. Aurora Moon. How are you doing, sir? The extra bonus Monday stream. Hope you had a good time. You were doing a Sage Heaven on High no chest run, right? So how did that go? Did he clear? Did you clear? Would almost suspect that Mr. Aurora did clear because he's too damn good at the game. 94 is 94 clear? Clear to me. What's up, man? How is your stream? How is the Monday going for you? And everybody else, welcome in. I'm Angel's Demoness. Like Aurora Moon, we do a lot of Deep Dungeon here, although I've been doing a lot of variety as well. But we still come home to Deep Dungeon every Mondays right now. And you've walked into a Dragoon re-clear. We have not done Dragoon in, I think, 2.5 years. And this was a request from chat, so I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll go back to Dragoon, and here we are. Nothing fancy about this run. This is just a re-clear, but these type of runs, it's a really good time to ask questions. I can demonstrate things. I can try to provide any insight on anything. These are really good times for that. So if anyone has any Deep Dungeon questions or any questions at all, come on out and ask them. Otherwise, sit back, relax as we try to go for this clear. Hated Dragoon back in Shadowbringers. Enjoy it now. Same. That's me. You and me were kind of on the same wavelength. I mean, I hated it. I think it was Shadowbringers where I hated Dragoon and loved Monk, and then Endwalker came in and it flipped itself. So, yeah, what's up, Darabon? How you doing, man? You have questions? I may have answers. Guys, make sure you follow Aurora Moon, the healer master, but also been doing a whole lot of other jobs now, and now maybe we call him the challenge master, the class master. Too many names for Mr. Aurora Moon. He has too many titles now. Whichever you like, he's entertainment, that's what it is. Amongst anything else, he's entertainment for Deep Dungeon, so be sure to check him out. He's gonna do things you probably have never seen before. You like Monk more? Yeah, me too. Monk now is... Monk is boring. That's what it is. It's just a boring job. Another patrol. I'm scared doing class in EO is going to be what makes me tired of 14. Well, I think you have a question to answer, right, Aurora? I mean, how much energy do you have left to give for when Deep Dungeon comes out? Because it's getting closer and closer. Like, for me, I mean, I've been enjoying this kind of once-a-week situation because I still get the joy of doing this content. I can come back to it at least once a week. But it's also me recharging my batteries because, you know, we're going to go hard. Want to put some content out there, want to do the streams, you know, see what I can do with Deep Dungeon. If there's... And that is just only related to the new Deep Dungeon. Who knows what else they're going to possibly do, you know, if they're going to add in anything else. Which could be possible, so... But I feel like if I'm in your shoes, it comes down to how do I retain my passion for this so I can go hard on the next Deep Dungeon. HOH is so streamer friendly, I'm having fun, but who knows, in Deep Dungeon 4, you might tap out a little. If it's like EO, might tap out a little. It's a me thing, I can't chat and do EO well. It's not a you thing, man. I feel bad half the time, but I've definitely conceded that it's like, you guys just gonna have to deal with it. Like, I'm gonna give you entertainment, hopefully. Y'all just have to deal with the fact I can't really chat right now. Or the other way of looking at it is you just get good, right? You just keep throwing yourself out there. Like, I think I've gotten better at chatting in EO. But then I don't do, like, score runs. That's the only difference. I still do the normal single pull, everything, so it's a lot more chill that way. If I had to do anything more aggressive, then I definitely can't look at chat, but, you know, it balances out. And yeah, I mean, honestly, like, the grand thing of EO, I mean, that's where Darabon, I think, had a problem too when he was trying to go for Omni. It's just, it's exhausting for whatever reason. And it's like, I do need to have the break on EO. And at least now, it's like I have the experience of knowing what EO felt like. And then I have the experience of knowing what Heaven on High and Palace feels like, you know? Why do I keep running into Palace and Heaven on High? Not EO. So I think right away, once the shiny new plastic and goes away from the new Deep Dungeon, definitely see where it stands, you know? This could be a problem. Okay, not a problem. So one little detail here. Oh crap, that's a problem. I don't have Bloodbath here. I'm gonna have to surrender. That sucks! I got another freaking targeted respawn. I actually almost got out of here. Well, okay, forgetting about this pull. One small detail. Look at my steal. It's at 2 minutes, right? 1 M, so less than 2 minutes. This floor definitely got aided by the fact that I picked up the steal. Wait, there are things here I can pick up. That I picked up the steal right when I left the floor. So I didn't use it immediately. As I was leaving the floor, then I went and picked up the steal. And because of that, it gave me the opportunity to possibly get off this floor without using the Serenity, because I used every minute of that steal. Some people get a little too excited to open the steal. That's one way to get the maximum value of that steal. I'm not a big fan of EO's gotcha one-shot mechanics, rather their amount to be precise. Well, I've been putting out those shorts of the standing all AoEs, showcasing all of the AoEs that show up in Eureka Orthos. I think one of the takeaways to me, Amiya, is that looking at the damage that you take from it, aside from it clearly being a one-shot and like sometimes you can survive on tank, they all did the same damage. So it's almost like it felt very, just very simplistic, you know? Like I would have loved the variety. Maybe something one-shot you, maybe something didn't one-shot you. But they all did the same exact damage, and it's like, okay, well... Oh, great. And yeah, and then I get this, which forces me into another Serenity because I don't have Steel anymore. That sucked. Okay, this all of a sudden became weird. Strength. I'm not gonna use that alteration. All because of that targeted respawn. Steel. Well, I got a Steel, though. EO is a weird one for sure. Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do for the next one. I kind of said it like a long time ago. It's like, I think the answer that us as the Deep Dungeon community doesn't know, and maybe we'll never find out, and maybe the next Deep Dungeon will tell us, is that did they think EO was a success? But then if they thought EO was a success, what's the takeaway? Was it a success because the amount of people who did it? Did it possibly fall short because of the amount of people who may not be doing it now? Or maybe they're happy with the amount of people doing it now? Was the feedback because the content in itself was good, so people liked the way, the direction that Deep Dungeon was going versus the others? You know, I wonder. And I guess we'll see what happens when they create the new one. Rage. Because the current hint is that you're probably expecting something similar to your typical formula, but it depends on what formula they decide to go with. I mean, there are, I guess, 2 formulas now for Deep Dungeon. Multiple steals and multiple strengths. But you know what I don't have? Serenities. They had mentioned they want Deep Dungeon to be where they did, yes. But that doesn't get into like what it's going to be, right? I mean, you could then assume that it's going to be like Palace and Heaven on High, but I mean, you could still have one-shot mechanics that are like eased up, I guess. That are not as as Amiya said, the gotcha one-shot mechanics aren't simply the fact that they just one-shot you. You're talking about like, you know, 50-50 in or out, or you're talking about things that are like they pull you in, they follow you up with a non-telegraph. You know, something where like, if you didn't know that it was going to happen, you're probably going to die. Like, you had to know beforehand, kind of thing. Instead of, like, where a lot of the AoEs here in Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High, you see them, you had enough time to react to them. And then you deal it from there, you know? Unless you start dealing with, like, more than one unit, then that's going to be more of a problem, but... I'm worried it'll be too easy to attract more people into leveling. Well, I have no problem with that, because what you're gonna probably see is that the story floors that they use for leveling is probably what's going to be easy part. I mean, think of Heaven on High. Do you think Heaven on High is easy? Do you think Palace is easy? Which the farming point for those are 51 to 60 or 21 to 30. Like those are very good for spamming them and doing like speedruns for them. But once you got to the higher floors, they are as hard as any Deep Dungeon that you know. So I have no problem with the fact that they'll hopefully ease up on how the story floors and the leveling floors will be. If EO was in the same place as Palace, take the steal. In Heaven on High, people would complain about that. They complain about everything though, Ashigar, you know. Everyone complains about everything. Hold on. Beam theory. No beam. I didn't get any jobs from Fortune, so if you subscribe to that church, there you go. I like some mix of mechanically tough enemies and high damage enemies. Not sure how that play out there. Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to this content in 14, you have to keep things simple, which is kind of sad, but... I mean, I would love more complexity. It's just... To me, when it comes to 14 and the devs, a lot of times, especially when you're talking about mid expansion content, you're using its current history as evidence of what you might see in the game. You know what I mean? So, like... Okay, so here's a really wild thought. What if you have a next deep dungeon that's gonna be like Hades, that you have doors upon doors of RNG that you have to go through. Every exit creates a different result. To me, that sounds really fun. The problem is you've never seen that in this game. More than likely, you're not gonna see it ever unless they actually start introducing it. You know, it's like you use the history of what you've seen in this game to then apply what you may see in this game. For example, extreme example. Never, like, I don't think we're ever gonna see a dungeon that isn't trash mini, trash vaults. Because that's the formula they've stuck to for like 11 years. And until they actually show the fact that they can actually change that, you're never expecting anything different. Using the history of 14. But, you know, within the realm of what's possible, I mean, there's certainly some ideas that could happen. But I'm keeping myself cautiously optimistic with it. We'll make the content, we'll do the thing. Whether it's something I do like as much as I do Palace of the Dead, I guess time will tell. Because I really can't pull myself to go into EO unless someone really wants to see an EO run. But even when it comes to like the guides, you know, like the guide that I have up for EO, I don't think I'll ever update. Unless they change it fundamentally, because all you need to know is what the things do. You could have a discussion about how you handle Pomanders, but those are kind of timeless. You know, they don't adjust. They're not as sensitive as Palace in Heaven on High, where, like, you make a job change, and now you wonder if you can defeat Behemoth or not. Like, that doesn't exist in EO. You can make any job change you want over the course of the game. Dude, even if we get the advertised 8.0 job change that they're all talking about. The 8.0 is going to be the overhaul of all the jobs, okay? Great, that sounds amazing. I highly doubt my EO guide will become irrelevant. Because who cares what the job does? You just need to know what the enemies do. But, of course, when you look at Palace and Heaven on High, well, those are going to get new updates because you have to worry about how the job plays now. Because that dictates how you get yourself through this content, which, to me, that's really more exciting. I went on a monologue. Let me catch up in chat. I wouldn't mind if they made leveling floors more appealing, honestly. Me too. Me too, Rory. Maybe I can make a guide about how to level in Deep Dungeon. Biggest offenders, in my opinion, are apes with more than a room-wide one-shot. They are gross. And lizards with flame scale debuff. Why they decided that debuff deals damage should suddenly one-shot use beyond my comprehension. Again, I think it's just a simplistic thing. It's just like, okay, this thing, everything one-shots you, so let's just keep the pattern. But it's about, yeah, penalizing you for that kind of thing. But, you know, I'm with you. EO 21 to 30 is miserable, and anything to change that in Deep Dungeon 4 is positive to me. I would like Dread Beasts more if they were high HP mini-bosses with mechanics instead of just ridiculous autos. You know what I would have loved about the Dread Beasts, Miss Iridia? Lower HP, more mechanics, and if you kill it outright, it opens the exit. Just boom, exit is open, that's it. Okay, people were talking about this, about the ice spikes. Let's see if I can do this for you people. I didn't get the slow. So some guys weren't sure, or like were actually wondering or questioning the fact that you can still get slow from the ice spikes. I knew that forever, but you know, it's sometimes you just don't notice these things when it comes to the ice spikes. But you can still get the slow from ice spikes, even if you avoid the Void Blizzard. I'm really trying to get Necromancer before 8.0 for that reason. Yeah, and that's fair because honestly, it's going to be a completely new ball field. I'm going to be excited. It's like I get a complete refresh when it comes to Deep Dungeon when 8.0 comes around. All the jobs get erased. All of my videos are obsolete, and we have to do it all over again. And that's exciting to me. Hope the next Deep Dungeon has mobs, less puzzle, platforming floors. I Hope the next Deep Dungeon has mobs. Less puzzle platforming floors. Okay. Platforming floors? Like, just the floors that are like... Not sure what you mean by platforming floors, though. Hey, malleable. I love some jump puzzle floors on there, but it'll never happen. I still remember the time when, early in ARR, Yoshi P had explicitly said that jumping was an extra feature and that you didn't need to jump anywhere in the game, and then they've definitely changed their tune on that because you obviously have jump puzzles now. But yeah, like, EO, there are definitely some things that were questionable about the design. To me, it did feel like you had at least 3 different people designing the content in their own separate rooms. like 1 to 40, 41 to 80, and 81 to 100 definitely felt very different from each other, which was weird to me. But it is what it is, I suppose. Didn't get the slow. It is true though, you can get it. Oh yeah, more like I think what I was looking at Biftech was more like they didn't. I think what I took away from that comment was that they didn't want to make jumping a requirement in the game, right? So yeah, like MSQ, you don't have to jump anywhere, but they added features into the game that then required jumping, like jump puzzles or like the you know, the towers and everything that exists. So like if you for some reason were like anti-jump in the game, well you're denying yourself content because you know, you can't do those puzzles. I guess that's where I was thinking about it. That makes sense. Mob list, floors that have no mobs on them but instead have... Ah, I see what you mean. I think like that would be fun, but it becomes difficult because you know why I would think that's difficult? It's because you have to worry about... There's a balance that you have to have malleable. And not to say it's impossible, but what I would be thinking of it in a design point is if it takes X amount of time to clear a floor by killing enemies, well then, how do you judge the average time it'll take for the average player to get off that floor if it's purely a puzzle, right? Like, do you judge it off of just like a mediocre ability to clear it? Or do you look at what it is at like a speed run or something? And then of course what happens when you flight the floor? Like, is it going to change like that? You know what I mean? So those are like the tiny bits that I would have to think about, as much as that's cool. But of course, you know, you start looking into maybe changing the fundamentals of Deep Dungeon, which I'm fine with, but I don't really think that's the direction they want to go for. Okay. How's my stuff? My steel's still at 2 minutes. I'm in the 8th floor. We're good. Hope you're having a good Monday, Mr. Bipdeck. Good to see you, man. That's at least 2 debuffs. With 3 minutes of steel left. Great. I don't think I'm going to get off this floor safely. I'm gonna try, but I probably end up doing this running. If there was something like that, I think I'd want it to be a fixed floor with how 15's always big. So like a fixed floor where we know that it's going to be a jump puzzle kind of thing. I would like the randomness of it being something that you don't expect, but also true. But then also, like, what are you doing about flights? You know what I mean? I think I have the Serenity. I don't think I get off. If I had a Raising, I'd be willing to try this, but I don't have the luxury. I'm not gonna bother. Let's just do it. Just need to make it to the promised land of 161, and then we'll be kind of okay for a little bit. It'd be interesting to see Hades-style power-ups over Fomantis next Deep Dungeon. I would love that. I would love multiple exits, and each exit dictates something that happens to you. Like, extreme example, Slay the Dragon. Eliminate Aether Pool and Aether Pool levels by the exits that you take. But then you have a choice. I mean, look, we can clear Palace and have Heaven on High without capped Aether Pool. You just can't do it in EO. But you can do it in Palace and Heaven on High, so, like, you know, don't make Aether Pool like this, like, key thing that you need to have, or make it like a bonus or something. I don't know. Replace the 99 boss with a bunch of jumps. Oh, nice. At the end, like, you're jumping from the top of the tower. No. The last floor is a jump puzzle. You're not done yet until you actually jump through the puzzle and make it through while the timer is ticking down. That would be brutal. For jump floor puzzle, they could have it like an easy path, just to get you to the exit. But then there are riskier paths that lead you to golds and silver chests. You can bait the stream. My only concern is they're not going to randomize it. Also, maybe that's not. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Maybe that's not a bad thing, but they probably don't randomize it. Well, if you know EG 77 is always a jump puzzle, you'd never flight it. If it was a random chance, you'd always run the risk of wasting a flight. Yeah, but I think I like the risk of wasting a flight, you know what I mean? Like, isn't it exciting when you go into Heaven on High? I mean, it's exciting and annoying. You go into Heaven on High and you get 3 big rims in a row, you know? Like, that to me is fun. It sucks, but it's fun. I mean, what if you go through the entire floor set and it's all jump puzzles? You know? That's it. You just have jump puzzles for like 8 floors. And then you have the boss. Like, that'll be funny. But it'd be the other way around. It'd be annoying because of less kills. Well, what if scoring was based on the speed you get through the jump puzzle? Which would kind of equate to the amount of kills that you might get. You know what I mean? What if that was a thing? What if that's the way they calculated it? Did I not pick up? No, there's a chest in the middle that I didn't check. What was that? Alteration. That's intentional. I didn't go for it. Steal again. Okay, so deal with this. It wouldn't be though. I mean, you're not getting jump puzzles, so so I don't think I have to worry about whether it will be or not. You know what I mean? Part of me almost feels like if you're putting in jump puzzles, you're probably also thinking about the impact on scoring, which then probably, I would have to say, maybe they think about it. But you're not even getting to the jump puzzle part, therefore you don't have to worry about the scoring part. But I really would like them to lean harder into something, right? Lean harder into the RNG. Lean harder into the scoring. Like, right now, everything feels like it just kind of exists, if that makes sense. I would love them to lean harder into something. Make the scoring competitive, seasonal. Make the RNG more radical, so the runs are way more weirder. Because I feel like in that direction, Willow, for one of those two options, you can't live both lives. If you make the RNG so out of control that it makes the run fun, scoring might be whacked out because it's like you just said, that sentence that you had, right? The RNG messed me up. I didn't pay attention again. But I think I would prefer something that is more fun than anything else. But then you could lean into the other way where scoring becomes more of an important thing And so you kind of equalize everything, so there's a possibility that people can control their score, and it comes down to really that skill level, which is also fine. But it's like, I kind of look at it as like you wanted to go in harder into one direction or the other instead of just staying down the middle for everything. I would like leaderboards for each major patch. Yep, seasonal leaderboards would be fantastic. I feel like the leaderboards could be very easily adjusted if they cared enough. It doesn't even have to be jump puzzles. The floor. Wait. Athens. It doesn't even have to be a jump puzzle. The floor. It could be like a maze. The mode could be. Well, malleable. You have something. Okay, this is also like a really long shot. Okay, what's up, Ross? This is like a really long shot because this is something I've been saying for a while. This expansion, Dawntrail, you have a heavy influence in Final Fantasy XI. Okay. And Final Fantasy XI technically had a deep dungeon, which was called Nizal Isle. And Nizal Isle was located in Arapogo's Reef, which Arapogo's Reef does exist in 14 right now. What was really, really cool in Nizal Isle is that you didn't strictly have kill X amount of enemies to get off the floor. You had multiple objectives. You had your traditional kill everything. You had kill a special enemy, which you had to use their feature of checking the enemy, because you can, in FF11, you can do /check. And what that does is that it tells you if the enemy is around your level, or if it's easier, or if it's harder. It would be like easy prey, decent challenge, evenly matched, very hard, and impossibly, like really, really hard, something like that. But then you had a check where if it says impossible to gauge, then that means it's a special enemy, or it's a notorious monster in this case. So on one of those floors, every enemy was the same type of enemy, but you had to do a check to figure out which one was the special one. Then you had one that was like a mini-boss. You killed a mini-boss, but on top of those, you had lamps. And with lamps, it was a puzzle game. You had lamps where in a party, you had to hit them all at the same time within the same frame window. You had ordered lamps, or you just had to turn them on. And those were all of the objectives that you had in Nizal Isle. And so, if you have something that exists like that, if let's say you even put in Nizal Isle as the next deep dungeon, maybe you see things in that frame of mind, which would be amazing, you know? But, that's more of a dream, I would say. It's just, the possibility is definitely there, I feel like. I'm gonna pay attention this time. I was late. I paid attention, I was late. If they did that, if they did it by expansion, they wouldn't get sick. If no rewards wouldn't matter for seasonal leaderboard. I would still like a seasonal, you know, honestly, Ross, I would like a seasonal leaderboard if it didn't have rewards. I would be completely fine with that scenario. You know why? My concern is if you make Deep Dungeon competitive, it's gonna get weird. And I don't like, I like the fact that we have very limited weird people in Deep Dungeon. I am lagging, I think. Maybe, I'm not sure. Oh, no, I'm lagging. Oh, I'm definitely lagging. Okay, cool. My connection looks fine, so there's that. I think if they were to add puzzles, I prefer puzzle rooms rather than puzzle floors. People who score don't do it for rewards anyway. Yeah. Cross DC leaderboard, at least. Dynamic ones are sad. It's all the same content. You're only competing in like the same 1 to 2 people in your world anyway. Actually, yeah, wait on that one. Crystalline Conflict at least has the combination trophies, which is enough to get me into Crystal each season. Only lasts like a week, but hey, it's better than nothing. It's me, I'm the weird person. Stream did stutter a second ago? Okay. I didn't see it on my end, that's interesting. I didn't see a drop at all. Twitch didn't report a drop either. Half expecting Ronkin Deep Dungeon, like the one running away. Well, that's one we were wondering for a long time. I highly doubt. I think that's out the window already. I think we're okay. Might have been my connection. Okay, I can do this. 1 GCD. Nope. Got it. we had a leaderboard reset today, I don't think I would start up a score run any detention. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Yeah, I probably would need an incentive to do it. To keep my score on the leaderboard, but like a nice, easy incentive would be nice. Like nothing too weird. Switching. If there's something to gain, I would consider it. $100 fireworks. Oh, by the way, Ross, it was nice seeing you die yesterday at the end of stream. Just wanna say that. That was kind of cool. Good way to die. I think if it reset, it would be less incentive, honestly. If it needs to reset for a reason. Like, you know what would actually be a good thing about a reset without a reward? You know what's the positive I would take away from a reset without a reward? The fact that people who probably would never see themselves on a leaderboard on Machinist can now see themselves on a leaderboard on Machinist. And that would be kind of cool. It might actually make more people try the content. But then I think it would be important to allow the option to like review past leaderboard stuff. Like that would be cool if you can do that. But because like can you still look at the old seasons of Feasts on the PvP leaderboard, or are those gone? You used to be able to look back all the way to season 1 to see all the leaderboards and stuff. CCS. All-time seasonal. I know, I would like that too. What if I could do this in a steel? Do you think I can do this in a steel? I'm sure I know Machinist can. Can I do it on Dragoon? My napkin strategy says machine is like 12% faster. Damn. This still doesn't help me. I don't know what 12% means. I like your placement this guy for the arena. Well, I'm trying to get uptime. If I had strength on, I would care less, but this is like, I'm trying to give myself uptime so I can do this in the steel. Like Reaper, I would just stay middle and then just dash in. I mean, I could dash in on Dragoon too, to be fair, but if someone knew how long Machine of Steel only would take, we can find out. Okay, that really wrecked my HP there. Biggest threat out of the puddle. Yep. If you take one tick, which I did earlier, your HP goes south really fast. Really fast. You do not want to take one tick of that poison. Yeah, I think I'm fine. We're at 4 minutes and we're already past halfway. And we'll be fine. Can Jagger not jump back out of it? Oh, I could, yeah. I can do my dash in, I can do the thing, but I'll just go with this, it's fine. Damn it. So it's like the same though, it's like the same. Machinist didn't really change from then till now. If anything, it's probably a little bit better. Yeah, we should definitely be fine. More than likely, yeah, Rory. Just barely? I don't know about just barely. I think this is very comfy. I mean, I guess without the lust, sure you can argue. If you took out the lust from the equation, you would probably get through without the lust, but with the lust, it's really made it comfy. So it's like less than 2 minutes. I probably will have less than a minute left on the timer, which to me, that's comfy. Do I always open with lust on this one? No, it depends. I've had enough situations where I don't see lusts anymore for whatever reason. So the only reason I would lust is if I... Okay, wait, hold on. Let me back that up a little bit. Let me also kill this first. Let me kill this first, and I'll explain all the iterations that I have in my head. Let's also get out of here before anything happens. Okay, so if I walk into that boss and I have to use a Strength and Steel, like fresh, like I didn't carry anything over and I just had to use it right at that boss, I don't need to lust. Because basically all the jobs can probably kill it within a Strength and Steel. Even the healers can probably kill it within a Strength and Steel. Well, you wouldn't need a Steel, but anyway, point was made. If I walk into that fight from the previous floor and I had a Strength on or a Steel on and the timer was getting dicey, then I would lust. Because I want to at least squeeze the time in to make sure that I would get it within the Steel. So because that Steel was mega fresh, I was hoping that the lust was fine. If I had to kill at least one enemy going into that floor, or two enemies going into that floor before the boss, then I would have to consider doing a Strength and a lust to make sure that I get it within the Steel. So it all comes down to the Steel usage. As long as I get it within that Steel, we're fine. And that's basically what dictates it. What Willow said. It's more about the steel uptime and making sure that you don't waste the steel. You don't want to use a secondary steel for the fight. I mean, I'd be willing to do multiple lusts to make sure it's within one steel, but you don't want to tap out on your lusts. You don't want to go to 0 lusts because you gotta save one for Behemoth. On that fight, yeah, you have to use steel. I tried doing no steel on Machinists, it didn't go well. Lust is like 45 seconds or so. Lust is 90 seconds duration. 90-second duration on the last hit. In theory, SC should add a new HP potion for the upcoming Deep Dungeon. I wonder how good that would be. Well, I think your question, Amiya, is more like the thing with the potion is that it's going to be a potion that will also be useful for raids, right? Because it can be used by everyone. So you're going to look at something balancing, something that isn't too powerful for a raid format. Because you wouldn't want to you wouldn't want to take a potion that's going to heal you for like 80% of your HP. Because if you take that into raid, that's huge for prog. That becomes a mandatory thing. So you're looking at something that's probably what? Not a priority to have. You can live without it, but still useful. I mean, I would argue that the potions in Deep Dungeon are kind of whatever. They help. They're like a mini heal, something that saves you from one hit, one auto attack or something. But your concern though is what happens when it scales down to the previous Deep Dungeon, because I feel like sometimes that they miss that detail, which is fine, but makes it pretty funny. So we'll see. Oh, it saves for... Oh. I think, who said it? Ross said it saves like a minute or something? I'd say it probably saves you like a minute. I started preferring potions to tinctures on healer. You joined the dark side, Willow. Although I don't really use potions on healer, though. Hyper Potion was quite good right when it was added. It healed casters for like 20%. Yeah. Yeah. I guess we'll see. I would want to think they're not going to change. So what is max? What is super and hyper right now? Super is 25%, and then hyper is 25%. They probably don't change that. It's just it comes down to what the max value is. So they probably stick to 25% because I think max potions is 30%. Okay. Let's go into the next floor. I'll hit some ads out of here, and then we proceed into 161. Thank you guys for watching. And this is actually an interesting floor set for Melee because the strategy starts to adjust. Unlike 151, where we're kind of just pulling whatever, we start being a little bit more precise on how we pull things. So definitely watch for that if you're looking for melee runs for yourselves. So BRB, guys, ads are going out. I imagine the max will be 20, maybe something. I don't know how they scaled it. I don't know how they scaled it. Oh, let me update the title. 61. All right. Man, the patrols. Might get this croc. Okay. Still have Bloodbath on, so we'll take advantage of it. Healer HP is even above 100k, so yeah, need a bit of an increase for it to be meaningful in the raid. Okay, that's a... Okay, there's a patrol coming in from here. Alright. Good so far. We could just get duty actions. Which would do the same exact thing, just it's a duty action instead. Bronze, gold. Hey, I got space for a duty action in my hotbar. We can do it. Okay, let's shoot our way through to the from the exit away from the exit. Second job's the next deep dungeon. I mean, that would actually be funny and interesting that somewhere during the run you're forced into changing a job midway. You have to do 2 jobs. That'd be funny. We love a 52 kill big room on 27. But duty actions means another UI element to have on the screen. No, you can put it on your hotbar. You don't have to have it on the screen. I mean, look, okay, you people who use the mouse have to click it. For me, I put it on my hotbar. It's not a big deal. No big deal for me. Yeah, you have duty action here. So you just put these on your hotbar and you got them. That's it. You don't have to have that UI up. You could, but you don't have to. Hotbars are full. It's okay. You're fine. You'll figure out a space. Make another hotbar. Just make another one. It's fine. I love how the patrols are coming down my throat. Hey Bailey. Yeah, I prefer them. I mean, I have to. I'm not gonna click them. That's not an option for me, so it has to be on the hotbar. Is that one of the UI elements you can disable? I think so. You should be able to. Like, you can disable anything. You can clear the whole screen if you want to, so you should be able to disable it. And just rely on the hotbar, having it there. I didn't get that GCD off. I do love Dragoon. I'm not sure. I mean, you can just walk into Occult and find out, I suppose. Hey, Rolex Stone, pleasure. Have a wonderful night, and I'll catch you next time, I hope. Enjoy my variety days where we play Deltarune at the moment. Soon to be in Chapter 3, I think. Not my best backflip, but it's fine. Would it be more or less interesting to have sustain be separate from no items? It would definitely be very quality of life if it's separate from no items. I mean, just label it no Pomander instead of no items to go from there. I think it would trivialize no items though, but... Okay. Oh, so I use safety, right? So I'm free. My gut feeling feels like they're gonna do something with sustaining, so... and potsherds. Like, man, like, my definite dream is the universal potsherd. That would solve so many issues. So many issues. Have one potsherd that applies to all 4 deep dungeons. Because then it's like, okay, farm them in Heaven on High, so you could load up on all the other deep dungeons that go to Heaven on High. Easy game. Your dream 0? I don't know if 0 is gonna be a thing. Unless they give you passive regen, which I don't think I'd like a passive regen. Then what's the point in that situation, right? You have to have something that you have to upkeep for healing, I feel like. But I don't mind. I've never minded that difficulty part of the deep dungeon about how you have to be conscious about keeping your HP up. I mean, heck, you're still running a situation, Omniros, which I don't know if they've gone back to think about it, where they added in sustaining potions because it was a problem when it didn't exist. So, like, there had to be, like... It's interesting because the solution to the soloing issue back in Heavensward was to add in an item that gave you a heal. Like, it could have been anything. They could have given you a duty action... With duty actions there back in Stormblood? Anyway, it could have been anything. It could have been an extra action that's specific to Deep Dungeon. It could have been something they put in the content, but they decided on sustaining potions, which I feel like is something that, aside from acquiring them, I don't think anyone's ever really complained about the application of it. And so I feel like also Heaven on High kind of got built around the fact that you do have sustaining potions in some way. So it's almost like you'd have to change how Deep Dungeon is constructed or something to that effect to make it that sustaining potions are no longer a thing that you have to have, because I feel like you have to have it for most jobs. Otherwise, you're going to start to discriminate against certain jobs that cannot perform without having a sustaining potion. Which, by the way, I would love that error to happen again, but still. If they want new people spending more time in here, Mirrored potsherd farming would be important. Do you guys think that the potsherd farming is still a problem, though, for new runners? Like separate... Okay, some of you guys are veterans, right? So try to separate the veteran part of you who are going for score runs and everything to the person who's going for the first-time run. Do you think it's still a thing that people are having a problem with, that they're worrying about potsherds? Because I don't know what the reception was with the Palace of the Dead video, where I intentionally walked in with what did I walk in with? 20 sustaining potions and no potsherds, and we cleared anyway. Like, I don't know if that actually eased people's thoughts on having to require themselves to farm it. So I don't know what the current thought process is with people. Make it a duty action, and then make a new enchantment that forbids using it. Okay, I have a bloodbath here. My dream is 0 infinite duty action. I'd be okay with turning into a Firecrest type of stack. Yeah, that's something that needs to happen. Like, we need to do more with our rewards. Religion said SB was the expansion that they added duty actions, I believe. So it definitely wasn't a thought process back then with Stormblood. Like, I think maybe if duty actions had been more in the game, maybe it would have been a thing. I feel like they're currently in a formula that they're stuck with, so... It's annoying to farm, and it's tied to no items. Safety. Which in Palace and Heaven on High feels unfair sometimes when the DPS is just crippled by a string of no items. There is no counterplay to no items spam DPS. New Runner would need more, and also thinks they need more than they really do. In EO, I think potsherds are... You think EO is an issue with potsherds? Okay. Jeff says, as a newcomer, potsherds are the only thing that stopped me from fully committing. Damn. Okay. Noted. I'd really hoped I tried to ease that with the tutorials. Well, I guess it depends on the Deep Dungeon, because honestly, Heaven on High and EO is still kind of like go into 2130 and farm it. When EO is not a very pleasurable experience to try to do that. Heaven on High is, but you arguably need 0 for a normal clear. I don't know if you can convince a new runner that they need 0 though. Maybe. I don't really ever have an issue with potions personally, but I had just messed around in the content a fair bit. before ever thinking about going for clears. Stupid bets like us use more because we still pop them every 50-second cooldown. Wow. You don't need to call me out like that, bro. XD says Sig. I'm somewhere in the middle and lose because I don't press sustain. There. What's up, Cog? I wasn't around, there's only 50-second cooldown, still using 50 seconds for whatever reason. You don't want to die, that's why. Ever cautious. Man, Cog, you hit your potion every 15 seconds, but you stay in loop hero till you die. What the hell? As someone going for their first Necromancer, farming Pochers just to get potions is very annoying, and I'm always conscious about overusing too many. Like, just make it a duty action. See, for me, I feel like if you make it a duty action that it doesn't expend items, I would feel like it's pointless at that point. Like, don't have it in the game then. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I think in that situation, you know what I would like to have? You start having like it is in variant dungeons, where you have an option of the ability you can walk in with. Then you can have like, okay, well, one could be a potion, the other could be something else. Then that would be kind of fun. Then you can now choose to have it, but if your only option is a sustaining potion on a duty action, then there's no point. You should just not have it at all. You need to have choices. Have it tied to the same CD. Have it tied to your GCD. Ugh, having it tied to the GCD? I don't know. I mean, I guess that'll make it clear though. Make it a cooldown that you can use however many times, like, many ARPGs. Oh my god, if you go down the AOPG path, you know what you're gonna try to look for then? Oh, okay, I have an idea. Let me catch up in chat before I continue that thought. Tutorial was great and really reassuring in that manner. Okay, appreciate that, Jeff. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really get much feedback on that, so I was just curious, but thank you for that. Floor 10, you would want sustaining on DPS only? Yes. Yeah, we did a video on that, by the way. We walked into Eureka Orthos with no arm and armor, and we checked out which jobs can clear. Not all of them can clear 10. I think potions, having to farm them is part of the charm of the challenge. HH I don't mind, but I find myself shortened Yo pots for some reason. I'm all for some farming, somewhat like a rare job than it should be. It just feels somewhat like a rare job. Yeah, and that's why it's tough, because 101 in Deep Dungeon, once you get up there, the drop rate is great, but you have to get that high, and that could be a problem for some people. Hey Thurn, how you doing? Hope they all have Pochers in Deep Dungeon 4. It's my favorite thing to loot in Deep Dungeon. Okay, so the idea I was thinking, because you brought up the ARPG part of it, it would be... Okay, so you know how, obviously, when you kill an enemy, you get potion drops, right? You get max potions, like the potions that are really, like, the least of your concerns. It would be kind of cool if it is like, say, Path of Exile Diablo, where like you get your potion restocked by killing enemies and you have to balance it that way. That kind of would be cool. So eliminate the dropping of like the potions from enemies and make that your item that is needed for your healing. That would be kind of interesting. Because then that introduces strategy. That means you have to think about the pulls that you're doing. If you're fighting a harder enemy that requires more healing, then if you have the healing, you go for it. But if you need to fight an enemy that is very easy, that requires less healing, then you strategize around it. Basically exactly how you play like a melee. That would kind of be cool. The Sad Yumi, hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Also, Silvercoat earlier, thank you for that follow too. Doing great. Having another job cleared to my name. Hell yeah, Thoring, congratulations. Replace the confetti in the cursed boards with potsherds. They'll never do that. We're fascinated by fireworks for some reason. Let's see. That's a chest. I'm going for it. My bloodbath's down in 30 seconds, so I don't want to fight a wyvern. Steel? Well, now I can fight a wyvern. Materia is a problem, because it's obsolete. That's a chest. My bloodbath's not up, so we're gonna... Oh, I have steel. So who cares about bloodbath? Like, you can buy material pochers and you get it in the horde. Look, man. When they don't have the Final Fantasy VII crossover yet, you gotta enjoy that aspect of Final Fantasy VII via materia. Gotta be reminded of that game constantly, just like the song that's playing right now. Only problem with duty action to me is that the decision making was pretty simple on tank healer, quick damage, on DPS, quick healing. Yeah. Yep. And then you start getting to the wild idea, Ross, of maybe you do meta progression, or you do something where, you know, you have to find these abilities to proceed, or something like that. Like, that would be cool if they do it right, but that's never gonna happen. That's really shooting it too far. Meta progression is really tough to do, right, when it feels good. Yeah. So do you think Aether Pull is right then? Do you think Aether Pull was the correct way for meta progression? Imagine Deep Dungeon with Phantom Jobs. I can't because I don't know what the Phantom Jobs do, but I have heard good things. Aether Pull needs to be thrown out. I agree. I think Aether Pull should just go. I think it's just it's a system that's fine as it was, but it can definitely leave because I think it's not really necessary now. At least make it more interesting, you know? You know, you could make it more in depth and make Aether Pull your raw power in content, and then have meta progression behind it, where you spend your grips to get stronger in here. To make it further, but I'm not sure if I would like that direction technically, but at least it makes it at least more worth using. I have witching. No, I was too late. Forget it. I'll just eat it. The dragon dive kind of messed me up a little bit, but it's okay. When you take my Aether Pull from you. Look, targeted respawn. Except it wasn't on me this time. I think we need to keep it roguelite as much as possible for fun long term. Well, the thing is, like, you know what I hate about Bozja? Randomly? The fact that if you get your honor in Bozja from Zadnar, you cannot click it off. It's a permanent addition to your character, and that pissed me off. Because I wanted to do the duels without that bonus at some point in the future, and you cannot remove it. Unless you just create a brand new character, and that is like... And that's never going to change, because no one's going to request that. So they're just going to keep it the way it is. The only thing about OC is you master a job, then switch to the new one immediately, because there's no reason to go back to the old one, except for power and farm gold stuff. I mean, that's a decent reason, right? I think they could do something similar with... God damn it, dude. I don't want to be on this floor any longer. I think they could do something similar with silver chest drop rates. What do you mean? Could be neat if you had to choose between arm and armor each run, so you can go higher damage or higher loadouts. Yeah. I would like a more in-depth system. So you get to full power, then never experience it. I mean, isn't that the gist of how they always do things in this game, though? It's basically Aether Pull, except you have extra tools with it. That you get to max Aether Pull, and then you can do the content. If they add a reset to 0 button, I would be so happy. I want that button. Reset to 0. The Aether Pull idea is fine. It doesn't have to go away for the old Deep Dungeon, but it would be nice to evolve into something. Yeah, for the new Deep Dungeon, I would like it to be something different. I don't think you change the old Deep Dungeons fundamentally. I still would never... I would prefer them not to touch the old Deep Dungeon, like this current Deep Dungeon as it is. Like, I'd leave it as it is. It's fine. But make the other ones, you know, different. People like progression, meta progression. A lot of good roguelites do fun progression at the moment, in my opinion. Oh yeah, that's definitely not arguing the fact that the progression can be bad, can be good. It's more like when you're talking about Final Fantasy XIV, you kind of worry about how they're going to do it based on what they've already done, you know? And you're still having a problem in 14 about repeatability. Like, would you guys say that repeatability in Dawntrail is a little bit better than Endwalker? Because Endwalker was not good with repeatability at all. It's one of the biggest complaints. Because a lot of times in 14, you do something, you finish it, you're done. You don't go back for anything. Deep Dungeon is the one that's unique in that format that you actually go back in because it's fun. But, I mean, I know people do speeds and obviously reclears and whatever, but holding the retention of players in this game has been the tough one. I would need stun to be in the hotbar for Deep Dungeon and Warrior. My hotbar is kind of scuffed. You need stun, yes. I would say stun is an absolute essential tool in Deep Dungeon. We were just talking about this earlier with Chidab yesterday. A game like Hades gets boring after a while because you just grind your problems away. I would agree with you on that one, because I definitely got to, like, quote-unquote endgame Ross, and I kind of just didn't really want to keep going. Although, to be fair, like, we're talking Hades 2. To be fair, like, it wasn't a complete game, so I didn't really judge it on that. It's just I definitely wanted to move on at a certain point. It's easy to fix repeatability. Okay, so I agree with you, Dessen, but again, within the context of 14, apparently it isn't easy to fix. Or it's something that they don't seem they want to fix at all. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do, it's just they don't seem to want to do it in this game. So that's why, in my opinion, it's a bit of an issue that they want to solve, but they don't, it's like, I don't think they want to solve it, that's the problem. Yo, what up, Anthem? Field obs got me like... you give content, you'll give progression, so let OC get better gear than raids for one example. That they're never gonna do that. We feel it really is hard to do when OC is such a massive grind. But, well, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Because it's a massive grind that makes it replayable. Is that not true? Well, I guess it depends on what you consider replayable, right? I mean, if your goal is to max all the jobs, then, well, you know, I should steal. But I'm kind of talking more about the long term, like what Ross said, like the long term reason why you go back in, you know? The same 4Cs, instances, no one feels longer anymore. I never played Dead Cells, but I've heard decent stuff about Dead Cells too. You missed Criterion? Didn't they say that they're gonna have Criterion that hasn't come in? What's up, Annie? How you doing? Oh. Let's not run into anything. The only kind of players I don't understand are the ones that defend the Endwalker relics and complain about harder to earn relics. That's her. On frontlines filled though. Sure. There's tons of reasons to go into OC: chest farming, gold farming, silver chest, leveling friends, level syncing with friends. Love it. Yeah, I don't play with anyone in this game, so that all aspect's already gone. It's an issue for 14. But I guess I'm not sure if the question was answered or if you think you guys have an answer. But do you feel like they did a better job in this expansion, or do you think it's just the same? Or do you think of the other factor where the patch cycles are too long, so it just feels like it's more of a drag? It's better than Endwalker so far. Okay. Genuine question, because I only do Deep Dungeon now, so I don't know how the other content is. I couldn't tell you myself. I'm just looking at what you guys are doing. You like the latest Savage shirt? Okay, so they seem to be doing a decent job then. Okay. Yeah, that I can agree with. That I will agree with because obviously I've seen some content with the MSQ and everything. I do like the combat a lot in this expansion. Like, it definitely stuck out to me of like, okay, this is actually kind of cool. Let's go. It's both. Patch cycle is really long, but also content is way more engageable. Gotcha. Yeah. I wonder if I'll ever get back into getting pulled into doing other content in this game. Or if I'm just kind of just lit. Maybe? I don't know. I think if it gets tied to Deep Dungeon, I will. Or if they actually do anything solo, I will. But for now, I'm still kind of just staying Deep Dungeon only. They did a better job, but in my opinion, they still need to fix the emptiness that we get now in 5 months between major patches. Also, 7.1 simply not really having stuff for casual. It doesn't really help. Well, we don't know what's in 7.3 though, right? So, I mean, 7.3 could have a lot of things for casuals. Feels good so far. They've been way more creative with fights and arena design, in my opinion. Yeah, the arena design has been kind of cool. I prefer to have a longer patch cycle than have the devs get overworked like they used to. I don't think I'm necessarily... So, I think to me, the fact that it's a longer patch cycle, I don't think that's necessarily the problem. It's more like you need the content to fill the cycle. And that's, I think, where things get a little weird. OC is soloable, at least, weirdly. I wish they did the duels, though, Anthem. Annie, I wish they had the duels. That's literally the reason why I'm not doing the contents, because they don't have duels. Yeah, we will be, I will be live for Live Letter, 7 a.m. Eastern. Next Friday, I'm live. And we had Sheila. Sheila agreed that she'll do a co-stream with me. So you'll get some live Japanese translations while we try to see about whatever they talk about for Deep Dungeon. So if you guys want to see our end of things for Deep Dungeon, then check it out next Friday, because I'll be live. That's the secret. You wait for the instance to empty out, then you know, I used to do that for Eureka back in the day, Annie. I used to wait for the instances to empty out, and then you'd farm all the bunnies, because the fates were easy to solo. That's what I did. For money. But I don't need money anymore, so... 7.1 Alliance was way better than anything in Endwalker. It was pretty fun. The one time I did it. The only thing I have with longer patch cycle is that it takes way too long to fix glaring issues that pop up when something is released. Really? Okay, fair. I feel like they do a decent job fixing things, unless it's like the fitter bug, then they don't fix it at all. What's the hardest part for melee in DPS and PoTD? Maybe. It's, the POC situation is definitely a problem. Certain pools are going to require you to have Bloodbath, and trying to manage and juggle your Bloodbath is definitely a challenge, and it also takes knowledge. And yeah, what Ross said, no items, steal. That's also part of the thing that you want to worry about. Having steal means you're pretty good. Not having steal means it could get a little dicey. Because you don't have any source of healing. Well, when you have no items, you have any source of healing, but... Hey, Hawk. What's up, Hawk? Thanks for the raid. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, no problem. Hawk, how was your stream? I'll get you the shout out in a little bit, alright? I prefer EW Alliance, to be honest. Not really a fan of this one. Fair. I have nostalgia with FF11, so for me, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to like it because it's FF11. And the thing I liked about FF11 was, all of the little references they made to FF11 were very, very well done. Like, top-tier shout-outs to how they represented FF11. It brought back a lot of memories for me, so I was very biased when it came to the Alliance raid, and I did enjoy it too. Stream was good. Dark Souls 2. Nice, nice, nice. I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. We are trying to go for our Palace of the Dead Dragoon re-clear, requested by chat, and here we are. Also fielding questions and having a bit of a just chatting, because it's been pretty, you know, pretty chill for the moment, but... it wasn't just call-outs to the game, but the players as well. Like, compared to this expansion, everything is great, but they really tune down the difficulty on everything. Tune down the difficulty? Savage doesn't feel like Savage compared to the last 2 expansions. Okay. Well... Relic difficulty also toned down to be down at the crafting of regular relics. All the extremes and unreals have become boring. Don't even need to pay attention much to mechanics and still make it fine as a raid player. I'm kind of disappointed, which led me to grind things like Mahjong, Chocobaris, and fishing. So do you think the second tier of the raid was still quote-unquote easier? Because I did hear that the first tier was definitely on the easier side of things. So people kind of were like, oh, this is like a really good tier to start your raiding career because it's very approachable. That's how I was kind of looking at it. Second tier is pretty well balanced. Rage Lust. Let me see what the other room has, considering I have mimic issues. There's a chest over there. Chest over there. Alright. Beyond 7.25. 7.25. I mean, I thought the fights were fantastic. Now, difficulty-wise, I don't know. I actually had problems with the MSQ personally. Like, they were actually. It took me a little bit longer to get through MSQ with the trusts than I did in Endwalker. Endwalker to me were kind of just like whatever. Definitely easier. Okay. I mean, that's a fair opinion, right? I mean, from what I've heard, that this tier was pretty interesting, and not to mention more creative with the ads. And I heard of statics breaking because of the way the M6 was. Are they getting easier? Are we getting better? Yeah, also a factor. I think also, like, you want to, like, you know, obviously you want to take it from your own thoughts too, because if you look at, like, the racers and the time in which they clear the raids, I think that's not a really good judgment call. Because sometimes that is a factor, and, you know, but... A secondary rage, okay. Guess I'll need it. Hello? Can we use it? Okay, good. It's rare to hold that opinion, but I don't know. I've heard anybody express that this tier is easier than the first one. I will agree with you on that one, Bula. I don't think I've heard anyone say that myself, too. Although I never asked Sheila directly what she thought about it. Went down significantly? Hmm. Okay, that's the... Oh, there's no more chests. Oh, no, it's okay. Okay. Nice. Make it out of there. Let's go. Also, let's do a beam check. No beam. This is a strength, I believe. My time is actually not great. Funny enough. My time is a little questionable at the moment, but we'll be fine. People don't press their buttons, but people don't press their buttons regardless. So I don't think that's a dash on the actual content, right? I know a huge amount of people didn't even try M5 before doing the first 4. Let's see. Okay. Safety's good. Steel is down. Probably get the Mylid on because of this movement. Oh yeah, I do. unused to it, and because of poor job balancing. Poor job balancing, interesting, okay. That's something I haven't heard either. I've always heard the jobs were pretty well balanced. Fantastic raid tier. The alliance is okay. Fork Tower is fun. Chaotic Alliance was fun. Overall, the fights are good this expansion. Crew is also a fun fight. Maybe a bit too easy. Maybe a bit easy. Okay. Alteration. I don't need that. Imagine because peeps were really hyped about for the first Savages. Even I did them. That's the exit. But the amount of people chasing Savage, I feel like, fell off the second tier. Really? I feel like the excitement for the second tier was the same as the first one. At least from what I saw. Put way less time into this tier, like no PF at all. Fights just don't seem interesting, but that's me thing. I was gonna 100% skip this tier, then I watched people playing in week 1, and I was like, crap, these fights look super fun, I ended up doing it. And did you find them actually fun? That's a problem. That's not a problem, okay. The only thing I've heard is that Yoshi-P is too good at Black Mage, and it's skewing the base difficulty. Ooh, that makes that less of a problem. With class, with mechanics of the content? Yeah, I mean, that could be true. Job balance has been all over the place in DP. It's not like it's unclearable because of a certain job. I'm hyped for it, but I'm still in Stormblood. That's true. That's true, Jeff. Don't worry, man. When you get there, it'll all be, you know... Take your own opinion in it. You have a mix of opinions here right now, which is fantastic. Make your own opinion. He's too good. He's making it too hard for everyone else. Is that why they nerfed Pictomancer? Casters are fine-ish. Fizz range is a mess. Interesting. Yeah, buff Machinist so it can be stronger in Palace. That's what we need. You're very scared for the new Deep Dungeon? Why? You think it's gonna be easy? There's no chest in that direction. Well, I can tell you this much. Here's what I can tell you. It's gonna be really bad. Well, define bad, though. EO, but more easy? How do you make it more easy than EO? That's my question. Like, you'd have to be a little bit more specific. Oh, this is a bad pull. You'd have to be a little more specific. I think my judgment call will be simple. If I clear it in less than a week, it's easier. That's what I'll tell you. If I clear it in less than a week, you can argue that I got better Deep Dungeon. I don't really think that's the case, and the content's easier. If I'm there for a month, then it's harder. I think, okay, but then, to be fair, when it comes to a Deep Dungeon, especially a new one, you have to separate it in two different difficulties. You have to take that into strong consideration, right? Even what Stoat says. Okay, Stoat strongly says that EO is a joke. That's fair. But then tell me that if you're gonna go in blind, because it was really interesting to go in blind. And so when you're talking about going in blind, going in first time, and then repeating it, you're gonna get different results, right? Whereas EO can be very easily repeatable. That's why it has the reputation of being quote-unquote easier. But that doesn't really explain, like, someone going for the first clear. It's going to be hard. I would still probably say EO is a little easier than Palace and Heaven on High going for first prog. But then you're also taking into consideration the blind prog if people are going to blind prog. I mean, it still took me faster to clear EO than the other two Deep Dungeons doing blind prog, to be fair, but, you know. So you're kind of looking at it in the way of, like, what is it at first release, and then what is it a year later? And yeah, it could be possible that a year later, it could be easier than EO, that it's really more straightforward because of maybe things and stuff that they've adjusted, which is completely fair, but... And that would be more what I'm worried about. I'm actually not really worried about too much about the initial release. Although, again, you'll get a little bit of a test of its difficulty depending on how long it takes me to clear it. Well, Cog, for me, EO is the hardest to clear consistently, too. Like, if I stream it, if I were to stream all 3 deep dungeons, EO for me is the hardest. But it's specifically because I'm streaming it. Like, I am not confident in EO to get a clear all the time, as I am with Pallets and Heaven on High. I got the floor 190 boss, thanks to your guys, says Cuddle, see you. Got the boss to 0.3%, and then he crit and killed me! No! That is so unfortunate. Well, okay, but the plus side, Cuddle, is you saw the entire fight, so I mean, you got that, so... That's a good thing. So at least you'll that's a good takeaway. I might need to flight. I'm actually not going fast at all. Okay. Hold on. EO, I genuinely feel like the middle sets are more difficult than the end. Yes, same. You don't have to stream to hold that opinion. I think EO for me will be easier if I did it off stream. Because my focus will probably be better, but... I like the ramping difficulty in PoTD and Heaven on High. Oh, me too. Blame chat. It's not that. It's I want to interact with chat. And so EO makes that difficult. So it's a balancing act. It has nothing to do with what chat's doing. It's literally me trying to balance chat with everything. Why is there so many patrols? Oh, I did not mean to pull you. Okay, well, I guess we're doing it. Guys, we're getting 21 new jobs in 8.0. I don't think we'll get a new one. Yes, that's exactly what I said for verbatim. I definitely am gonna have to flight. Fortune. And that patrol is gonna come back at some point. That exit is clear. Yeah, a lot of people definitely like Criterion. It just, you know, having to do it again was probably the problem, but I know a lot of people did like Criterion. What's that patrol? We're both A+. The idea variant was kind of cool. It was more of a puzzle than a challenge for me, though. Like, I did enjoy the puzzle part of variant, but to me it was just kind of a slog if I was trying to do it solo. It just took a long time just to get through things. Like, unnecessarily long. Because of the word, yeah. What rewards? Like I said, you guys are getting 21 new jobs in 8.0. So I would kind of be surprised if they end up adding more jobs on top of what we already have for 8.0. Maybe 9.0. Oh my god, you seriously gonna give me a piss key right now? I did not... Wait a minute. I used the flight somewhere and I never picked it up. That's a bit of a problem. Okay. So we're having an issue. Flavor vanilla. Hey, vanilla does have its different aspects to it, okay? Pictomancer was really good in Deep Dungeon. Not looking forward to their rework, the job changes, and their lack of it in this expansion. I'm kind of optimistic about the job changes. They've had enough time to think on it, right? Probably chat's fault. Yes, I will blame chat for the flight. Yeah, I have no idea why I missed it. I missed something. I should have affluenced. Oh well, whatever. Beep boop beep beep boo. Okay. Job changes are not going to be what most are expecting. Good. In my opinion, that's a good thing. Hopefully it's a good thing. I have stun. I sweat nothing, so anything would be an improvement. Probably no matter what they do with anything, some will be happy, some won't be, and the majority will keep playing as they're doing now. Well, they do want to make at least the majority happy, that's for sure, because they don't want to crash and burn the game, which is their big money maker, right? So they have to have some level of success that's above average. Remember when Viper had a dot? Kind of. Yeah, like a year and a half, 2 years away. Yeah. It was a year ago for Dawntrail release. If you can imagine that. About a year and a month. Yeah, a year and a month ago. No, 11 months ago. Look, I'm excited for all the new content I'm gonna have, Ross, you know? Gotta redo all the videos, gotta redo all the runs again. Everything's brand new. I'm ready. I would say about a year and a half, 2 years, if you're kind of basing it off when Dawntrail came out and everything, yeah. Times should be fine. Oh, I'll get the flight back. Nice. You don't trust their approach on balance. Okay. Okay. I'd actually be surprised if we don't go past 100. If we don't go past... I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going past 100. I think they said that, right? Well, it's either you go balance or you don't go balance. But I think this game wants balance, so... At least they aim to try to go for balance. Make his OP like Warframe. MMO's plays are too petty to not have balance. Well, it's either, like I said, it's either you have balance or you don't have balance, so... Kind of dancing around the middle is probably not going to do anyone any good. I need food. Should be fine with the seal that I have with the 4-minute strength. That's why I didn't lost here. If you don't have balance, the core player base would be decimated. We've seen past players get excluded from content if their favorite drop points before. It will happen occasionally now. I'd say it happens more than occasionally, right? Like that's a persistent problem. Baxton, hey, thanks for the 4 months tier 1. Let's go.
Solo farming crew NEO has to the most boring thing I've ever done in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, right? Yeah, it's real bad. I'm with you, man. You know what I hated most? So, we had an era where I tried to do the roguelite challenge in Eureka Orthos, and I dubbed that roguelite because what it is basically we try to walk in with no arm and armor and just try to clear it, you know, from there. And having to reset the armor was so annoying, and then after that, having to then recap the armor was horrible. And EO doesn't make it good on the higher floors either. Like, that's the problem. Like, it has to be done in 21 to 30. Once you get up to 51 plus, you barely get any Aether Pull anymore. You can't enjoy the lifestyle of Palace of the Dead and even Heaven on High, where you just get up to the higher floors and then you're getting guaranteed +1s. Like, you don't have enough, you don't have time for that, because you get so many demi-clones. It all has to happen in 21 plus. Or at least the majority of it has to happen in 21 plus. Why would I do that to myself? It was a fun challenge. I mean, also content, you know. Also, I was curious because people, I believe, have proven that you can clear Palace of the Dead with no arm and armor. You start from floor 1, 0 arm and armor, no potchers, and you can clear. We did it in Heaven on High on Warrior. No arm and armor, no potions, just like you literally unlocked the content and walked in. So I was curious to see, like, could it be possible in Eureka Orthos? And I mean, I think it could be. It's just really freaking hard. But the problem with that whole challenge was just getting the arm and armor back to 0-0. Like, that was actually the hardest part of the challenge, not the challenge itself. The challenge itself was actually pretty fun. It's just getting the arm and armor to be back to 0 was so awful. I wish they would add like a reset button in the future or something, but they'll never do that. That's a low priority situation. We have those videos on YouTube, by the way, if you ever want to check them out. Everyone's not playing Picto 7.2 because it's not completely busted anymore, but still pretty good compared to some of their Red Mage. Just lost most of its because of a little nerf. Also, Black Mage got better. I mean, people who like dipped on Black Mage came back to Black Mage. Yeah, I like the roguelite challenge too. I wish it was easier to do. If I could just hit one button to reset my arm and armor, I would do it more often. Make a 0-0 speedrun category. If I put in to speedrun.com saying, hey, we want a new category for no arm and armor, they'll probably put it in about 3 months. They're not entirely the quickest over there, but I mean, Deep Dungeon isn't a priority, so. Oh, not the run itself, getting down. Oh, actually, the category itself of going to 0-0. Yeah, you're right. That should be its own category. You're right. It can be done in any arm and armor. Because it's a pain in the butt either way. Whoops. Okay, we're good. Alright. Palms are fine. Yeah, palms are fine. You big hater of Solar Bahamut? Fair. Okay. I will take a stand-up stretch break here. You guys should hydrate, refill your waters like I will when I get back. We'll do the ad break as well. Thank you, Ruligen. I really appreciate that. 3-minute ads on Twitch, a little bit less on YouTube, and we shall continue. Thank you guys for watching. BRB. Stretch. Relax. All right, let's continue. Yeah, I wonder how I'll find. I wonder how I'll find Summoner in the next deep dungeon. Since next deep dungeon is when I will learn about the level 100 job rotations, because I haven't done any of them. So. Bahamuts for days. Oh, let's update the title on Twitch. 171 Behemoth. Behemoth coming up. We got 30 more, guys. Alright, do it. Nice steel pickup right out of the gate. Hey, Zabin, thanks for the 23 months. I appreciate that support. Let's go.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, man? Oh, that's a treasure room. Okay. Duly noted. The trap is in Narnia. I'm like in over there. Okay, that Cyclops is coming back. Oh, I'm out. I'm just gonna go. We'll take the win there. That's a fast floor. Holy moly. I think that was 4 kills. The bare minimum. Blind. And Gloom. Good thing I didn't miss. Flight came back, never punished. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, that's the exit in front of me. Okay. So the Dawntrail needs to go, so I can get access to that chest. Another Cyclops behind me. Oh. That's my Gristogel. This is gonna be a little tricky because of the angle of the Bandersnatch. She missed the Bandersnatch, funny enough. I gotta check the chests first before we go. Affluence. Oh, that did not work the way I wanted it to. Oh, but that helped. What is this? Affluence? Oh, that causes a problem. Alright, we'll be fine now, but I didn't need that witching. Let me also get this, let me get the affluence out of here. You climbing Asher right now, and every time I hear spawn noise from my stream, I whip my camera around. Conditioned. That should be a new sound effect for you, Dog. For the stream. Yeah, I do that. That happened to me too when I was watching people doing Deep Dungeon when I was doing Deep Dungeon offline too. Same exact thing. I would hear the sound and it would throw me through a loop. Nice flight. Nice drop. Check for intuition beam. Oh, there's a beam. Yeah, they do. Did I check this? That was Serenity, right? Okay, so we're making better time than last set for sure. Only one technical error, but that's okay. Hopefully we get the witching back. Oh, okay, we're good. Took the full circle. No, I wanted the chest and it aggroed. But then, you know, I didn't want the Bandersnatch to be a problem, so I had to kill it too. Let's see. Exit anywhere? Big area here. Oops. I don't have Bloodbath. You're not danger. Okay. I should pull something with the strength on. Nice raising. There's nothing in this room. Hey, Cage? I'm doing okay, thanks for asking. How are you doing? Get these kills while I have the strength on. I don't think there is anything in that room. Oh no, there is. I don't have stun. Okay, strength is now officially down. That Damel is blocking the chests. Couple. A secondary raising. Ooh, at least the raisings are okay now. Two big guys were there. It took me an embarrassing long time to understand that the empty rooms I find meant... Oh, patrols were there? That's okay. I mean, it's not obvious, right? So... It's not... I would say that's something most people don't know. Or don't realize. Oh, I don't have stun. Oops. Okay. Time to find the exit. I think that's a gold chest over there. Rage. Alright. Save that for a possible mimic on these two. Okay, I'm surprised that did not aggro. I don't know what he's looking at, but should have totally aggroed. Okay, strengthen that chest. Well, not this one, the other one. Alright, let's go. Making really good time, so now we can kind of relax a little bit. Ooh. I think I can do this without Bloodbath, but I would want Bloodbath for the next pull. Or maybe the one after that, I'm not sure. Well, I could do, like, if I pull right away, then I could do the Bloodbath and get the most out of it, but I think we'll be fine in the Wyson. Oh yeah, we're more than fine. I would probably want Bloodbath on the Lion. Ah. Need some time, need some time. Oh, the crit. I think I could take one more Mark of the Beast. If it doesn't crit. Alright, not too bad. Little kiting, doesn't hurt anyone. Flight. I know I have the steel behind me, but I'm trying to hold it till I get to the next floor, because I should be able to manage this floor without the steel. Next floor might introduce apes, so I probably would rather have the steel there than here. There's a chest over there. Another steel. Okay, so then I'll just use that steel and get the one later. Certainly, let's make sure that I get to the chests if there are any on the other floor. Serenity? Safety. Safety. Okay, safety. I'll fight this Mander Snatch right now. That's the wrong button. Oh wow, just 3 steals on this floor. Damn. Definitely will say no, will not say no to that. Oh, whoops. Hit the same button twice. Okay, not quite out of here yet. I don't think I picked up the safety. Good. Let's do Dumel. Just Dumel. And then, if anything, the Lion last. The Dumel hit his head into the wall. Another. I'm gonna get the steel that's in the spawn room, because it's 1 room away from the exit, where this one is 2 rooms away. So if I remember correctly, the exit was actually closer to this end, so maybe I just take this one. Less running. It's like a couple seconds I'm saving, but... Also, that polar bear just kind of blocked me. Well, no, not necessarily, because it is safety, so we can go around him. Yeah, it was closer to the corner, so I guess it would be fine. Like, same distance, because I think the chest was in the back. It's like minor details, but you know, it's things I try to remember. Right, so now we have a fresh steel going into the next floor, which is more ideal than having like 4 minutes here, but then I wouldn't have predicted that I was going to get 3 steals on the floor. 1 patrol, 1 ape. Yeah, the apes are here. Another raising. Where were these on my other runs? Goodness. Oh my god, 4? Game really thinks I'm going to die or something. A good battle theme. I like this battle theme. Every time it comes up, it's like I'd like to hear it like every once in a while. I mean, I hear it once a week, but still, it's a good battle theme. 1 patrol. I want to get to chests first now, since we're 2 kills in, to eliminate any possible mimics that might show up. Strength on the exit, good. Steel, great. There's a chest over there, and there's no chest over there. Okay. I think I aggro the line if I go for this chest. Oh my god, 3. I've seen 5 raisings so far. Holy crap. Anyone need raising? Because I took them all. Sorry, my bad. Okay, good. Going into the 6th floor with 41 minutes is definitely good. Hi, lost my 6th attempt on this on Black Mage, his ultimate. Could you share some thoughts on which of the harder enemies you would consider fighting if you had Steel active? Or how Gloom and HP down buffs would change that? Okay. So Steel active, right? So we're acting with Steel on. Well, Apes would definitely be up there. I would say Lions are a little less priority. I probably would want to take out a Lion if I had Steel on over without a Steel on. But bear in mind, one of the things that I don't know if you utilize in this Ultima. I'm gonna say whether or not you're utilizing it or not. But one thing I really like to do on Black Mage, one, Mana Ward is your last resort. Well, second to last resort. Because if I feel like my HP is going to drop down to like a very nasty level, then Mana Ward comes in to kind of protect me and I start kiting to get some HP back. Now, if that's gone and Mana Ward is down, the last resort is I would save a Swift Cast and then do a sleep. And you would want to definitely sleep enemies in between, like even do it like halfway through, right? So like you get it to about 50%, sleep them, get all your HP back up, and then go in and then try to finish them off with full HP. So you only have half the fight to go in. I think that's a really useful tactic on Black Mage. Aside from like stagger kiting to avoid damage. Grab specify. Oh, 191. Okay, 191. Okay, no problem. So let me reconfigure my brain to 191. So course patrols are definitely get rid of if you have Steel on. That's definitely one target that I would like to prioritize because they can be annoying to dodge if they're around. One rule of thumb that I always like to say in the tutorials is that if you see 3 or more, consider a resolution, because a resolution with strength on can two-shot them assuming no other debuffs are on, like no damage down or no gloom. And that eliminates that threat, because having to dodge them the entire floor is just very, very irritating. With Steel, I mean, anything above 190, 195. So, okay, let's go over the things you can do that I'm confident that you can do without Steel. Mummies, Fly Traps, Onyx Dragons, Wraiths. Those are going to be in that category as well. That is not what I wanted to pull, but it's fine. I would do Wraiths. But the rest of them, I probably would like to have Steel on, if I can help it. Gubus, though, Gubus are interesting. Something to keep in mind with a Gubu. Those are going to be like 96 up, but you can do like the tactic that you do on Sasquatches, because they are sleepable. So you can sleep them halfway through and then finish them off once you have your HP back. So that's something to consider as well. But hopefully, like, when you're getting towards the latter part of those floor sets, like 95, 96, 97, you're using resolutions and rages if you have any. Or at least you've saved your steals to kind of bum rush your way to the end, if that makes sense. So yeah, I hope that helped out. Black Mage is tricky no matter what. I mean, even a mummy can drop you if you kind of get unlucky, to be fair. But the stagger kiting is kind of huge on caster to get as much defense as possible. I mean, I don't know if you checked out my recent Black Mage run, which we did upload to YouTube. That is up there, so if you want to gander that one, that's on the channel. We did that, what, like a month ago? So that could be something that could be a good reference point to see what you might be able to handle. Hey, Henry. Thank you, I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day, man. Is this danger? No, too late. As I'm running, is this danger? Ooh, can I get through? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna pull the line. I'm gonna pull the line first. Yeah, oh heck. Oh heckin'. Wasn't this flighted? Nailed it. But he wasn't moving, so. Okay, what am I doing on the next floor? Nothing. I just go in as is with 4 minutes of strength and steel with this wolf that might aggro me. No knockback. I'm gonna take care of the other Abe after this. That was useful to look through, thanks. Probably all of those attempts ended in the 190s in the first place. But man, 6 attempts, that's pretty good if you're dying in the 190s and your 6th attempt. Like, that's actually really, really good. So you'll get there eventually. It's just a little bit plugging away and figuring what your limits are, you know? See, this form of stagger kiting I'm doing here on Dragoon can be very useful too. Even just reducing damage by X% can go a long way. It works on all jobs, but very useful. Black Mage has it good with the way Fire 4 is now lined up because of the faster casting. You can totally stagger kite with it. So this is a bit of a problem. Thanks for the... Oh, Hops, hey, thanks for the Prime Gaming. I very much appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Cheers, dude. I'm singing Lust. No problem, let's go! The things you learn on Healer, that's what I'm saying. Mimic plus Luring Trap, or like, yeah, whatever. Where's the exit is the question. Actually, I'm gonna safety. Kind of a late safety, but the thing is, I kind of want these chests. At least this one in particular. Which is another raising, okay, well. Not the exit, I'm out of here. Calling it Astro Mastery bonus, yeah. I would say more, for me it's more Healer general. So things I'd probably do on Healer, but yeah, for sure, you definitely do it on Astro. Like, and Astro's like mandatory. Like, you do it because you have to, not because, you know, it looks fancy. Okay, how deep are you gonna go, bird? You gonna go deep enough? Yes, you are. Ooh, with the Anzu move? Okay. But that's too deep. Pretty sure I avoid aggro because of the pillar. Okay. Safety. Wow, that is just as planned apparently. Okay, you're facing there. You're facing there. Don't run down the middle. Okay, Lion might aggro. Taking his angle. Oh crap! I did. Okay, I couldn't get an angle in the Lion. I do not have steel on. Serenity came back sick. Now we have a problem. If I can get this bird, that'd be great. It's too far. Okay, I'm gonna have to chill. I'm gonna strength here, but I'm gonna try not to steal. I'm not as confident on doing an ape no steal on Dragoon. It's like 50-50. I'm gonna wait for the bloodbath to come up anyway. But a patrol is coming in. Okay, not too bad. With a lot of my cooldowns available. And that ape kind of parked himself on the side, so I can probably get through him. There's at least one more patrol that I can poke. Okay. A lion, an ape, a lion. Okay, I want to clear up the lions for sure. I would have had 0.3% HP if I got hit if that thing exploded. Would have been great. Okay, don't need Bloodbath for you, so you're gonna come in here. Probably would want to use it on the next lion, maybe. Gonna watch for my potion here. Oh, we're good, we're good, we're good. If I get tagged, it's gonna hurt a lot. Okay, we didn't get tagged, so it's fine. Oh, okay, good. No big deal. A lion might be fine. I don't have a witching, so it would have been actually pretty bad if I got the Anzu. Man, get over here. Get over here. I think I saved the bloodbath. Okay. Fortune? Sure. I'll get it right now. Okay, cats are gonna aggro, so we'll just fight the cats now. Oh, whoops, I didn't do that right. If I need another pull, then it's definitely going to be another cat. Because of the diminishing return, I'm paralyzed. But I don't need another pull, so it's fine. Is there a chest over there? I don't see one, so we're just going to leave. Safety. It's fine. I can leave it alone. Oh, hi. Oh, hi! Damn it. Okay, that's... I think I'm just gonna die here. Die here. He aggroed so late, too. Wild. Okay, so do I raising again? I don't think so. I think I just suck it up. Let's go in. I know, I almost did. I almost did. Luckily, the third G-City was the dot, not the second G-City. And we get a steal. That steal I can use now because that's not carrying me to the boss. Well, it could carry me to the boss, but I think in our current situation, probably better I just use it. Unless, of course, I find another raising, then I'd be more confident, but we'll see. Not there. Okay, I'm gonna have to use it. Because if I had the raising on, this would be different. I would feel differently and a little bit more confident. Without the raising, it's very, very different. So I'll just use the steal going into the boss. It sucks because that was just a pure mistake. Like, that all that cost me was just my raising, which is kind of big. Andrew's looking at the chest. I think I'll have enough time to get past the Anzu while getting this here. Bro, this is weakness though. Oh. That's a problem. Okay, well, I was hovering over the rage just in case, so now I'm just gonna commit to it. I don't have an answer to that one, other than dying. The only bad part is I didn't get the fortune up, which would have been nice, but it's good. I hovered over the rage in case I aggroed the Anzu on the way over. Not for the luring trap. So I got 2 chests to check right now, I believe. And I think I still have to steal no matter what, because I don't think I make the end of Behemoth with this current steal I have. Not to mention it forces me into a purity situation. So I think what we do is I ride the Pox and then steal delayed. So then by the time the Pox falls off, then I don't have the purity. Oh, you do no steal. That's right. I'm not gonna do this no steal though. Well, we'll see. We'll see. If I had the raising on, maybe I have the time, but I don't have the raising. That's the problem. I probably just do this traditionally because I don't have the practice on it yet, nor have I seen it. So what I want to do here, because the Pox is on, is I'd want to do this fight no strength until like much later in the fight, like maybe like almost like a tank situation where we do this at like 60, 70% and then I strength. I love breaking runs for unnecessary reasons. I do know you, yes. This boss gives me Monster Hunter World flashbacks. I imagine it does. I heard that the Behemoth in Monster Hunter was pretty rough. Like, it was actually a pretty tough fight. As it should be. Defeated by controller. The normal one is fine, but there's also an extreme version that gives you a Dragoon armor material, and it's the extreme one. Oh, I see. You don't think you've ever seen anyone die like that before? I know I haven't died like that before. I think like one of the first things I did in this game was remove lock-on. It was good in 11, but it's not good here. Alright, I think it's time to... Well, let me wait for 1M on the Pox, the Pox, and I'll Strength and Steel. Oh, I only have 1 Strength. Oh yeah, because I used the 3rd one earlier. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, everything's coming back to me. I remember these things now. What did Cog do? Cog, he was fighting 3 Shop T, and then he locked on by accident. And so he was moving... What's he? This one? He locked on like this, and then he couldn't dodge the, AoE. Definitely a way to go. I'm personally hoping for Bahamut and Bahamut Prime in Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm sure they'll have a collab again. I think the collab went well last time. Amazing. It's okay, on Dragoon, the last time we did Dragoon, guys, you know how the last time we did Dragoon was like 2.5 years ago, and I didn't clear. We died on 193, but the reason we died on 193 was because I backflipped into a luring trap when the floor was sighted. So I knew the luring trap was there. I still backflipped into it, and I didn't have any witching. So that's how we lost that file. Video's still there too. Won't be surprised if we get a Monster Hunter collab in... I'm sure the collabs are gonna roll out. Like Fall Guys are gonna come back, you know. Everything's gonna come in. I missed when you had the heart rate monitor in this fight. What do you mean? It's right there. I have the heart rate monitor. It's on the bottom right corner. Bottom left corner. It's different though. It's a different heart rate monitor now, but we do have one up. Right by my cat. We got like the Delta Rune heart. The clip is in year 2000. Oh really? Hell yeah, dude. I think it's reading 94 at the moment. No problem. We're not concerned. Except when I don't heal. No! Hey, you know what? Split Infinity, you don't have to feel bad about it. You know, you look at the screen, you're used to certain things. It isn't obvious. I've had people tell me, like, people don't even notice that there's a keyboard on the right side of the screen. People don't even notice that there's a playlist on the right side of the screen. I mean, it's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. You're focused in on what the real action is, you know? So that's all good. I'm holding on to my buffs now, because we're at 35. I'm not going to use anything. Especially, Dragonfire. I can jump, though. I need to not use a dot, too, so we're probably just going to do with a main combo. I don't need a dot kind of wrecking my life. Okay, 21. Not gonna get in the spot I want, but... That's good enough. If I crit, it might be a problem. Let's go. Holding all my buffs until we get hit with the meteor. Full heal. No problem. I didn't even use any potions. There you go. Dragoon in the books. Palms are okay. The witching is questionable. The rage kind of sucked, but whatever. Rage is whatever. Can't do much about that right now. Alright. Hey, take out Tokyo Treats, guys. We got the next box for Tokyo Treats, I think, is going to be 2 weeks from now. Maybe the 23rd. We'll see. So, we'll see about that. But anyway. Well, Square Enix said that they were open to another collab. Right now, we have Capcom Street Fighter 6 collab. You can get Akuma as layered armor and a full set of Akuma skill set, including raging. Oh, yeah, I heard about the Street Fighter collab with Monster Hunter, right? Yeah. Clean is very clean. All right, ads. Let's do some ads. Ads going out, and then we step into 181. We got 20 more floors to go, guys. Let's get this in. Let's see how the rest of this run goes, because the palms are like okay, but it's good for you guys because you guys want to see a tougher run, not an easy run. So BRB, see you in a bit. Ads are going up. Let's update the title here on Twitch. 81 plus. Boom. All right. Let's go. At least I know I have raising. That's one thing we have, raising. No strength, though. Ow. Oh, he got angry, dude. He stopped doing telegraphs. Yeah, real angry there. Oh, I got a free kill over here. Let's get the free kill. Is there ever a point where you don't check every room? If the exit's open, I tend to go for the exit. I'll still go through my whole thing of like checking the room, checking the chest as best as I can. There are definitely certain situations when I stop. Let's say I'm in a no items floor and I gambit like 2 chests and then the exit opens. I'll probably just leave and not check anything else because if I spawn a mimic, it could be a problem. So it's kind of like an if-then situation. But I will always try to check chests that doesn't detriment me to losing time. Like I always say, if the exit's open, if you do any kills after the exit, you're wasting time. So if the exit's open and then having to go for a chest costs you another kill, that in essence could be a waste of time, right? So that's how I look at it. Get this positioned correctly. This is the free kill I'm talking about because these boomboxes we can use for line of sighting. Finish leveling all the Phantom Jobs and no Cold Crescent. I'm free! I still need to grind gold for gear. Oh, hell yeah, Wallen. Look at you, man. One step down. I've had several times where the exit's open, but there's a treasure room and several other rooms to get through. See, in that situation, we want to try to navigate to make sure that you know most of the lay of the land before you hit the exit. So how I look at that, I mean, granted, it depends on the situation. Situation's always different. But it's almost like I would want to know that there is a treasure room blocking the exit before I open the exit. Because then, best case scenario is that you take the treasure room and use that to open the exit. Right? So, like, see this room here? I could pull something, but there's nothing here, so I'm not going to bother, and I'm going to check something else. Because there's nothing I would be fighting for. I mean, the enemies are easier, the bombs are really nice, but I need to know where this exit is. So I still have a couple kills to go. And that's where my method of thinking goes, you know? So now I have the exit, it's clear. Check that chest, it's good. Now we start pulling here, because I'd like to check this room if I can. Doesn't have anything, though. So you definitely want to try to navigate, like, it's like my whole thing is that you want to check the whole floor layout and all the chests prior to the exit opening, which means you know if there's a treasure room, you know what's blocking it, you know what the situation is. Because then, okay, let's say you check all the chests, next priority is to make sure that you clear the exit. That's the next thing that you want to do, clear the exit. Good thing I say Bloodbath here, but I don't have much of a wind-up, that's a problem. This might actually be a problem. Make it to my jump. Okay, whew, that was close. Even with Bloodbath. That bomb is looking at the chest. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, those are definitely Bloodbath worthy opponents. Like, I could fight the grenades without a Bloodbath, Chimeras without a Bloodbath. Sprites are definitely with Bloodbath, or the line of sighting that we did earlier would be ideal. Since I'm waiting, I'm gonna set up the next floor, which is going to be an Affluence and a Flight here. And we get the Flight back. Perfect. Watch out for this one. We're gonna check its radial. It is not facing. It is facing to the northwest at the moment. What is this? I don't remember. Alteration. Okay, I'm not gonna use alteration. Okay, this is Flight. I got the Witching back, which is kind of huge. There is going to be a point where I would be starting to use alterations, not now. I'll use them like 85, 86, 87, because your logic there is that okay, mimics are bad, right? We all hate mimics, but I would rather fight a mimic than a frost dragon or a worm. So if you're changing them out into something technically easier, you would probably go for that. And then of course you roll the gamba of probably getting Korrigans anyway, which is free kills. So there's definitely logic there that the mimics are going to be not too bad. And it's less of a thing in 191 Plus because mimics are pretty hard, and you actually have easier things in 191 Plus than mimics are, generally speaking. There's another chest here. Have a bomb. Nice steel pickup. That's huge. Alright. You look away, Behemoth's dead? Hell yeah, dude. Behemoth nice and easy. But it doesn't get any easier from here. 2 bombs, 3 bombs. I definitely have more than enough heals to get off this floor. I want to check that chest, that's for sure. That's a silver. Gonna pass. Alright, we'll go here. Safety is going to be good in this situation. Okay, there's a worm, there's a sprite, there's a chest that I don't know what color it is. There's a bomb. There is a gold chest over there, so I want to check that chest first. That is a gold chest. Okay, where's the sprite facing? Not my way at the moment. Ah, amazing. Okay, we're taking that right now. Just be 120. And since dying to it last time, I was way more stressed fighting it this time, even knowing the mechanics. That's very typical, honestly. Like, having... that stress is very typical, so it's okay. But hopefully it gave you more confidence. So see what I'm doing here? This little detail that you do can save you minutes. I'm checking chests first before the exit opens, because I want to see if a mimic will show up. If I open the exit now with this bomb, and then I check the chest, and then it's a mimic, I'm losing time. The mimics are not technically that bad. It's just depending on the situation that you encounter them with. That's what makes them extra bad. So that little bit can save you a minute or two, right there. I've been here before, but it's just one of those things. I got surprised by death, and yeah, no, that's... Hey, you button up, you make sure you reorganize the strategy. I mean, you know how it is for me a lot of times with certain games and certain strategies? I mean, I think for me this was Path of Exile a lot, when I did Path of Exile 2. Was that you would establish a strategy, and then you'd be consistent 3 or 4 times, and then once you go back in and you die with that same strategy, you do one of two things. You either be like, okay, I just messed up here, you know, it's whatever, or like you just completely change it up. Like something's got to change, because if you don't do something different, it'll probably end up with the same results, you know? But you kind of get into that comfort level until it isn't comfortable anymore. And that's just normal human feelings, you know? Okay. Annoying key. Noted. I'll click on one of the bombs. We're gonna do another flight. Okay, let's go. Okay, so what made you fight this time? I feel like I saved them at 3 until I find one. So here, the going strategy that's very popular amongst the community is early flights. You're going to have to use something on this floor set to speed up regardless, because there's no way you're getting through this floor set without using something. So what does a flight do? A flight reduces the kills to get off the floor. But if you think about the floor layout of this floor set, what are the enemy layouts? The first half of this set, the enemies are much easier. You have bombs, you have sprites, you have chimeras a little bit. One more, you can even argue, are pretty good. One more over there, the patrol over there. So you're gonna try to get the time save on the flights by being able to kill things that are easier, as opposed to if you wait later or you let the game dictate when the flight comes in, you may not have favorable enemies to deal with. That's the logic of using it early, and then you just recover it back later. So you don't use the flights later per se, of course, unless you get a cap one. But that's where you're looking at the thing. You're getting your time save early on easier enemies. Yo, what up, Darth? How you doing? I mean, you know, if you use them early, there's a chance you're picking them up also, so that's a thing to consider. But you're definitely conceding the fact that on this floor set, you're using something to get off the floor, so you may as well use them at the most advantageous area, which, early. Site. I just want to clear up the exit room first. I'm sorry, the treasure room. Which, the only thing I need to kill is the sprite. And then the exit, the thing is clear. Because everything else is sound. And I got the Remora behind me that I have to watch out for. Well, always know your aggros, because that's very important to have. Very important knowledge to have. Got the rage back. Sick. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to get the steel and then make my way through here and then open up the exit, because otherwise I have to run back and forth. Especially this floor set where a lot of things are sound. That treasure room would have been very intimidating, but it isn't, because I only had to kill 2 things to get out. Use sprint? I already used sprint. I already have jog on. Especially after flighting, would be demoralizing if you can't get through walk. Yep. Flight's supposed to save you time, not make you lose time, so... Okay, another flight. Last one I'll use unless I pick up another one. Yep. And that's with steel too, so you definitely have to plan around Bloodbath the higher and higher you go. Check chest first for possible mimic. Better, it's a flight. You'll definitely see me making a lot more movement to kind of get a little stagger fighting going to avoid some attacks. Dragon Voice in. Exit is clear. That room has a thing, and I think it circles back around too, so I'm gonna check the other area. We check the chest first. Rage! Okay. Makes my life easier. Okay, I did cross my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, I have that other button, but I always forget it's there, so... What do you want me to do, man? I don't use it often. Look, I'm old school, okay? Old school strats. He didn't even know what to hit him. Was this flighted? Yes. This was flighted. And I will not flight the next one. Classic flighted rage. I'll take it. I was only 2 kills in, so no problem. What is that other chest? I forgot. Oh, Serenity. I didn't need it. Oh, I need Serenity now. Already don't have favorable enemies. Enemies are not looking good here. Alteration? Actually, I will use that alteration now. How do I make it's a shortcut. It's like Zoom chat something. So I don't remember where it is. It might be in like some of the menu stuff. I don't remember where it is, but you'll be looking for a Zoom in chat or Zoom chat. 2 scorpions. This is annoying. Oh my god, the options here are awful. Even if I wanted to fight, I don't think I want to fight. Oh, never mind. Never mind, whatever. We had our answer all along. See, the game gives me the answer. I don't have to worry about it. Yes, very helpful for me, that's for sure. Alright, the last chest I left is going to be a Mimic. No big deal. How to bypass blind rage. Or more specifically, pick one up. Oh, there's no other chest. Okay, even better. Okay. Someone dropped something. Yeah, of course. Why would I think any differently? Which works out because I altered the next floor anyway, so... Did we have a strength that I did not pick up? No, I picked up a strength. Oh, something dropped something. Oh, the scorpion dropped something. Okay. Log window zoom under keybind system, the bottom half. Thank you. Thank you for that, Darth. Darth coming in for the save. You're kind of guaranteed to get pox at this level, I take it. Guaranteed. I mean, you know, sometimes you get a lot of mimics, sometimes you not. You just have to play with it. It is part of the experience for melee and healer and all that stuff. Just what are you gonna do with it, right? But I'm very stingy with my purities. I try to pick the right spots to use them. So alteration again. Steal again, that's huge. Okay, so now it becomes a question here. Do I purity now to protect against a no item, or do I just go in? And I think I just go in for now. Because yeah, I always have to look for the setting. I looked it up at some point. I already forgot. They do. Like, target's nearest target, you know? Okay, so we made the right decision because I do have to fight these mimics, which is fine because I have the fresh steel on. No big deal. Here's where I was talking about that situation, Slay, where like, okay, we altered, right? But one, I already have Pox on, so who cares if it's mimics? Two, I have a steel, so again, who cares if it's mimics? And three, mimics are kind of better than fighting anything else. Well, I mean, the Archaeosaurs are easier than... the Archaeosaurs are definitely going to be easier than what do you call it? The mimics, but... Maybe I should wait for my Bloodbath since this guy's kind of kicking my ass with Bloodbath and Steel on. Ow. Oh, we get another Steel. Okay, we're just gonna ride Steels up. Makes more sense when you put it that way. I haven't gotten this high yet, so trying to... Yeah, no problem. And continue asking questions for sure. Because I make a lot of micro decisions. And sometimes I feel bad, like, we'll do something. I never say why I do it, but I think it's something I've said in the tutorial before, is that every single move I make has a decision to it. Like, we're not just doing things just for shits and giggles, especially in this content. Everything you do has a meaning, you know? Even this movement has meaning. Why I pick a certain enemy at least had a meaning. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the right answer, but to me it's the best answer I can make. And there's always, like, kind of a reasoning behind every single time something happens, whether it's good or bad. Oh, that's... Okay, we're fine. Didn't predict 3 chimeras coming at me at the same time. Sometimes the reason is just, whoops, yeah. And that is what it is. But then also, like, okay, let's say I hit a trap. I mean, my thing would be like, oh, I wasn't hugging the wall. Like, there is a reason why this thing happened. It wasn't just random, you know? I made a mistake, so what's the mistake? What is the mistake? Solve the mistake. Fix the mistake. Hopefully you're given the opportunity to fix the mistake, but sometimes it just crashes and burns, you know? I am not trusting this Chimera, which is going to put me in a really tough spot here. So you try to hug the wall until the trap sometime. Blood doing sight and sting. Yeah, well, below 150, that's very likely, but at 151 plus, you're more than likely avoiding 90% of traps by hugging the wall. But the cave floors and all that, it gets tricky with those. Might be able to get away without having to pull another Mimic, let's see. Are you happy, Darth? I did it. Hey! Oh, there's a Vintard. I haven't seen a Vintard this entire time until right now. But it's not up, so I had to backflip. It's good to know random landmines being made to exist in lower floors, yeah. So you're gonna get to second charge at some point after. Yeah. I'd like to get to the other room. I want to see if I can maybe squeeze out that thing over there, the chest, because I mean, I'm still looking for maybe a strength, maybe anything that's nice. But if I'm gonna get blocked, then I will not go for it, which we are... I'm gonna hit a trap. Serenity? That doesn't do me anything. Okay, I think we just go for the sake of time, and I will have a fresh steal anyway. I was gonna try and do the next set of floors, but I'm to invest in this run. And we only got about, what, an hour and a half, so... We got an hour and a half, stick around. See what happens in this run. No. I was thinking about an altar, but I do have the steel already, so... You're gonna start seeing Chimera nests soon. What I dub Chimera Nest is just by this floor and moving on, very high possibility you're going to see an overabundance of Chimera. I mean, you already saw 3 on the previous floor, but they tend to come in really large numbers, which is a blessing and a curse depending on how you spawn and what room you're in. We're hoping for a lot of them because that could be enough to get me off the floor. I missed. There's another. And it's coming this way, which means it's a priority. Dun, 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 dun. That's a problem. Okay, less of a problem. Did I stun the second one? Nope. I just killed him. Can't stun these guys. These guys are unstunnable. But it's more like I was just tracking which one is using what, so I don't get hit by anything. Garm traffic jam. Well, at least one. I'm not liking the fact that I'm not seeing another one so far, but... doesn't seem to be another one. Well, there is a treasure room. I need to locate the exit. You forget about leg sweep? Okay. Check. Please don't be the exit, because this is really bad if this is the exit. Oh, frick, it is the exit. Okay. Guess I'm stuck. To go to over back in. Wow, you're showing your age cards. Holy moly! It's a pretty bad treasure room. Not quite sure what I'm doing about it at the moment. I think first and foremost, I probably want to check. I probably want to check the other rooms to see what the chests are before I even consider. Had a level 50 Black Mage when World of Darkness released. I think I did too. Yeah, I would really prefer not to rage though if I can help it. Only because I would only be using the rage to get off the floor, and I could probably sneak out 88, but I was hoping to get off the floor. I was hoping to get off the floor to use a double dip on 88, 89, not here. But it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get to the exit clean anyway, because everything is facing towards the exit. So it's more than likely I'm going to have to rage this. I still have the steal on. I could expend a witching to make things happen, but I'm not quite sure what I want to do. So if you don't know, one of the little tricks that we have for Deep Dungeon, these dragons, right? So especially this particular layout, because they're so tight in this room, then their bodies are all kind of on top of each other. They're not moving. They're like stuck. They spawn like this. That's why they're all facing one direction. Now, a way to dislodge them is to just pull the bodies off of each other, and then they'll start to move because there's space to move. But the other way you can make that happen is that you witching them, because the smaller the hitbox is, the more likely they're going to move. But considering that there's so many there, I don't think that's going to be effective. Like, I'm not going to get the result I want. I'm thinking about it, but it could be a really dicey situation because of how many there are. But I think I might try to do it to see if I can save the rage. So we're gonna witching. So watch, these guys are stuck, right? So we're gonna witching here. So they're all gonna move now. So the chicken moved, that moved. They're all moving, but I don't think I get a clear spot here. I'm gonna try to see if I can jump past the dragon, the worm. Wait, that's a worm. Oh wait, they all moved. That's a worm. Hold on. But the dragon's here. Okay, that didn't work. Unfortunate because I didn't get the chests, but it's fine. Little deep dungeon tech there. That was definitely a gamba to hope I can get off that floor with only the witching, but more than likely the result was going to have to be the rage. Which means I have to contend with the next floor without a steal. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's not a very common thing to know about, to be honest. The flight back. Chimera, are you blocking anything? No. There's no chest over there. At least there might be one. Oh, that is interesting. Okay. Is it Behemoth yet? We'll pass Behemoth, man. 188 now. Gonna get Godfather soon. Hopefully. I have 9 seconds on my steel. Okay, I'm gonna have to now faint, and then go here, go here. Hope I can make this all back. Okay, whew, just made it. Have you considered picking up more rages? I mean, we got a lot of rages. Honestly, we've gotten a lot of rages on this run, so I'm not complaining. Strength is good though. Can I beat the Chimera? I think I could. Joggo P. Okay, so next floor is flighted. We just walk in and see what happens. Hopefully I can pick off some enemies, and then if I have to use a steel, I could to get off, but I will have to probably consider a purity. We need to check the chests, so. Bombs are very good. For the possibility of going into 191 with what we have, very good. Ability is not good. So we just purge the pox here? No, not yet. Because you still have chests that you might contend with. I would rather check the chests first. And if there are no more gold chests, then you do the purity. Because worst case you do is that you pop the purity now, get to a gold chest, and then it's another mimic. And then it's like, okay, well, you just wasted the purity. So what I want to do now is I want to check to see if there's other gold chests. Open them, and then see what happens. Good old fold-in wins. I mean, anytime I hear this song, it puts a smile on my face. It's a really good battle track. I don't think it's going to pull me back into Three Houses, but it's a definitely good track. What's your general feeling about Scholar and Palace? I don't know, I haven't been in Scholar and Palace for a while. I generally didn't mind it. I think Scholar is this when it comes to transformation, because the fairy can heal you when you have Pox and when you have auto-heal disabled, so that's a plus. But I have not been in Scholar recent enough to give you a proper answer. Put some Magicites in the characters. Pockets and have them use it. True. Switch to would be funny. The true definitive edition. Yeah, the true definitive edition. More true than the one before. No, next we're doing Dancer actually, but I could do a Scholar after that. It was suggested I do Dancer next if we clear Dragoon, because a couple people were working on Dancer, so I'll do Dancer next. But yeah, but no, I could do Scholar after that if you want to see Scholar, and then anyway, you can ask me in a month again. If you want to do that. Hope side characters like Hilda's brother and Monica real playable, even the Gatekeeper. Be cool to integrate that into 3H. I don't know, they could just make a new game too. That probably would be, I don't know, nicer, maybe. No? Alright. I don't know if I even... Oh, wait. Did that just spawn? Wait, there's a... I'm so confused. There's another Chimera that I didn't account for. Okay. That's our future? I can't even disagree with that. I can't even disagree with that. I only asked because I know it's a slightly divisive job here. Yeah, people have weird opinions about Scholar. For me, I take it at kind of face value. If it offers me good stuff, then I'm happy. If it doesn't, then it is what it is. But I can't give you an answer because I haven't been on it recent enough to tell you. I can tell you one thing. When I was progging that in Heaven on High, it did take me the longest to clear of the 4 healers. That much I can tell you. But I wouldn't technically call it the worst. It took me a long time to clear Scholar. Oh, and now, wait a minute. Hold on. There's another room. Oh, did I check that room? I think I did, right? So Roro, you're asking me, like, when am I gonna purge Pox? Well, I think I just determined that all the gold chests are gone. So now would be a good time to probably get rid of the Pox. Because I don't think I'm gonna see another one. Pretty sure I checked that room, which I did. Okay, so now we do purge the Pox, because it's gonna carry over into the boss. Did I safety? I did, right? Why not let it run out? Because I could take the strength in, possibly. But yeah, I mean, I could let it run out, but it's fine. Might need another kill too, so I might need another kill, and I would like. Oh, I don't, so that's good. Okay, so let's get this thing here, and then I might try to respect the claw first because I have to re-strength anyway. Okay, let's go. Alright, bomb time. Last time I think I did Dragoon bomb, it was very terrifying. I get the 2 shots in. 1, 2, move. 1. Oh, you died in 3 because I have Lance Charge on, right? Forgot that's a thing. The wrong combo. Go me. Should be fine here. Gonna re-up the lust now. Run the intuition. You got it, dude. Man. should be fine. Oh, that was close. It's a lot closer than it should have been. I also did the wrong combo. Yeah, they spawn in the same place. You can do, was it Toto 190? If you want to see the bomb chart, we have a bomb chart that we could utilize. I don't use it anymore because I kind of have logged it in memory. But I only care about the red bombs. The thing should still be there. There you go. If it doesn't work, let me know. Okay, let's not do the wrong combo. That's better. Yeah, Finn has something on his end where it's something like it's just like right, it's like right 3, it's like middle, right 3, something like that. So there's definitely different versions you can kind of go for, but whatever will make you remember it the best way. Right 3, yeah, something like that, yep. Which is great, like it's a great way of remembering it too. But of course, it's always a good thing to have multiple ways of trying to do it, because that's the best way to learn, in my opinion. Whatever will work best for you to remember it. I've just seen it enough times, so I can... I kind of got to a point where I kind of forced myself to just remember it, to be honest, so... Watch this bomb underneath. I don't even care about the Sunny Bomber. I care about the bomb that I gotta kill. Most of the time. Yeah, I'm the reverse. I don't care about the thing I need to kill. I'll get there. Well, like a lot of jobs have gap closures, so I'll get there. And as long as I'm... So what I like to do is position the boss as far away as possible and then gap close into it so I can get some healing in. But generally I know where those are too. A rough guess of where they are. This one's middle. Bingo, with a lot of bombs here. I will respect mechanics. It's 2%, but I'm not going to make this any weird. Oh, you're right here. Oops. There we go. Now I can wrap up the rest of this. No problem. Palms are looking really good, but hey, I've had good palms on Reaper and we still wiped, so it comes down to whatever the next 4 is going to give us, but we got there. The blue one freezes you, so you need to make sure your cover distance to not get hit, but the red one just does 99 max HP or something. So if you miss the red bomb, you can heal. Yep, basically. I mean, there's ways to get around that, as long as you know what the result is if you fail the mechanic. But a lot of times that's why EO is brutal, in a sense, because even though we did those videos, I think the next short had posted today about the standing in all AOE's. I think we did 50 next coming, the 50 boss. While I'm showcasing that you could survive some of those telegraphs in EO, most of the time when you get hit by them, you're not winding up defenses because you just got caught, you know? So like it does help knowledge-wise when you already know that you have a possibility of failing mechanic and you know what's going to happen, but sometimes you're not in that situation and then you're not ready for it, you know? But when I finally make it to 190, I can make it look that easy. It took me a long time to make it look that easy. When I did Monk for the very first time, my very first melee was Monk. I took like 11 minutes because I was so terrified. I got it down to a much more manageable number, but my very first time I remember was like 11, 12 minutes. It was insane because I was so careful. But it comes with time. Over time, you'll get used to it. So, all right, guys, we got 10 more floors. Let's do the last add-on stream. Thank you, everyone, for watching. 3 minutes on Twitch, a little less than on YouTube, and we will try to see if we can take this home. BRB. To victory. Let's do it. All right, I refooted. That's a word. Refooted. Let's go. Oh, I didn't do the title. Hold on. Let's do the title. My bad. My bad. Alrighty. Do it. Two course patrols. 3... a Wraith. Maybe I open with a... Resolution? I think so. Aggressive start here, but this helps me not have to deal with the shenanigans of a course patrol having to dodge them. I was hoping to get that mummy. And I think I'll get the value of this one too. Watch out for the luring traps on the 4U site. I'll try my best. Oh wow, there are actually a lot of course patrols here, so we made a good decision. I don't know if I can get that. Oh, I committed. Oh boy. I committed. That was a very valuable resolution there. Holy moly. High value resolution. For this one. Now it's getting back. Yep. With just expending everything. It's like, this can be both easy and hard in a way. Especially if you walk in here with a lot of stuff to work with, it becomes a lot easier. If you don't have a lot to work with, it becomes more trickier. I like the early alterations. I don't like the late alterations. Usually my go-to plan is to alter early, then later. Run the Gambit now. And my protection against bad Gamba is the Rage. So if I get like a treasure mix, then I can just Rage it out. That's right. Yo, what up, Pin? Well, this time it's beneficial to you guys because I had the unfortunate circumstance last week that my connection was absolutely bad. So because of that, I had to do 10 extra floors today. So because of that, we are here an hour later. So I did it for you guys. Well, the ISP did it for you guys, more specifically. That mummy might need to go. I'm gonna wait for him to move. He moved... That's gonna aggro. Okay, that's fine. Just woke up. How's the run gone? It's solid. No complaints. No complaints at all. And now we're just gonna try to take it home. Let's go. Alright, let's see what this Gambit has to offer us today. Debuff. And... ooh, Instant Serenity. Unless I see a treasure room of Corrigans. But I have to try to get this chest, and I'm not gonna get there, so... Now we ignore most rooms and just rush through the gate is open. Depends on your win condition. If you need power-ups, you better go get them. For my case, I don't need anything per se. I'll get things on the way, but I'm definitely not going to make a weird effort just to get to a chest. Lose condition begins. That's not wrong. Nice steel pickup. Alright, we're gonna see which way he leans. He's leaning to his right. Do you see that lean? If I'm on my left side, I'm bad. I'm gonna get hit, so I gotta go this way now. Gotta watch out for that. I do have a steel available to me, which I can use, but I'm gonna chill for a little bit. This mummy doesn't want me to chill, though. There's another course patrol. Okay. I feel like I want a resolution again. Yeah, actually, I think I will. Let's do it. Three of them. No shenanigans. No shenanigans. Kill him in two. I missed. Oh, good. I got him. Okay, good. Literal course train. Like, actual train of courses. Not off the floor yet. Oh, hi. Forgot about you. Okay. Let me just kill the mummy and I'll deal with you. Don't interrupt me. That would be really bad. We do have Corrigans as well. Oh, that hurt. Alright, relax, dude. I'll stay out of melee range. What? Safety. Alright, so I mean, typically I wouldn't use my resolutions that early, but in this very particular situation, I think it was worth it, considering we had multiple course patrols that were gonna try to delete us. And considering I have 2 rages, I think it was worth the usage. Still checking chests here. If I get a mimic, it's an instant steal for now. Okay, not complaining. Not my best jump. We've done better. Surrender. Ah, ha 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 ha. And a witching. Wow, a lot of utility ones. That's really good. What do I lust? Well, we did have a situation earlier where we did emergency lust because I aggroed, I hit a luring trap, and I got a mimic. So you could do that. But typically, you probably won't see me use a lust right now on this set, unless I'm desperate. But yeah, you probably don't see a lust right now. You could use it to get on a gloom floor to remove defense, but very situational. Blind. Okay. More Corrigans. I'm gonna fortune here. Okay, instant steal there. Yeah, really like this already. Do I fight for the chest over there? I want to say the answer is no, only because it's extra kills that's not going in the direction that I need to go to. And I'm pretty sure I didn't identify the exit in any of these rooms, so I'm gonna have to go out. There is a chest over there, though. But it's blocked very strategically by all the mummies. I don't think I get to that chest at all. Come on. Yeah, and I'm almost out. Alright, let's go. Dragon has to go. I've been really able to find a use for them outside of bosses. Yeah, they could be useful. I mean, if you get an extra lust, you can open a pull with a couple lust hits and you're gonna kill it 30% faster. I mean, that counts for something. Slay's already passed that question. I'm sure Slay probably already asked that question, so, you know. They are very good questions. See, these are the detailed questions that I always say, look, you asked the question. Okay, we're answering you, but you're also probably answering the question for like 10 to 15 other people that probably wouldn't want to come out of lurk just to ask that, and now you're answering it for them, so... Well, that's not good. I'm gonna witch you. Now here's a situation where I think it's gonna be a good time to lust, because it's gonna bypass the blind. Why does breaking the palms on the floor not aggro sound enemies? Well, the same thing why Formless Shift on Monk doesn't aggro enemies either. Come on, let me at least down the Mimic. Okay, at least we got the Mimic. I should be able to manage the Dragon. Oh, the miss on that. Okay. You coach a couple fens to Necron Reaper. Let's go. See, I could not run and kite like that while doing damage on Reaper. Well, Reaper has really good kiting ability, though. Its dash is exceptionally good. Much better than Dragoon's, in my opinion. You get more distance, and then you have your 30-second shield, which is really nice. Poorly handled. I'm not gonna forget about my safeties again. Biceps are here. Do I re-steal? Very good question. Oh, really? I did not expect that aggro. Strength came in, which I might use now. These are going to be the more deadlier ones, so I want to take out the biceps before my steel drops, preferably. What's my other options here? Mimics. Okay, well they're not at the exit, so it's fine. I can deal with an Onyx Dragon without steel. I can deal with an Aramon with Bloodbath. The biceps isn't going to give me a problem. I think the Aramon goes first. Oh, whew. I thought that was the course patrol. Yeah, Reaper is definitely going to be much more damage than Dragoon, hands down. Even after taking it in recently and seeing the difference, it's definitely noticeable. Reaper's definitely in a good spot for that. That is for sure. That Hippograph. Yep. Might have to do an Onyx Dragon. Okay, that's fine. Strength came back in. Onyx Dragon. Hippo is sight, so he's gonna be pretty easy to get around. Next pull would probably be what would my next pull be? Maybe the Fly Trap, just because I can kind of cheese it a little bit with just staying out of range. If I need yet another pull, then I probably have to steal up after that, because the options are not going to be good. Yo, Chloe, thanks for the 23. Let's go, dude.
Dragoon on the way to Goon.
Hell yeah, dude. Thanks for that resub. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Ooh, okay. So, Fly Trap. Then, if I need another pull, I probably think about doing the steal and then working it, because I'm going to flight the next couple of floors anyway. So I'll fight through those floors. Fight it with flight. Okay, we don't have to make that decision. Flight. There's a burn rages enough. Yep, I prefer rages on the last set, but what also it's going to do is it's a safety net. If I get a really bad treasure room, then I can use the rage for that. Or a really bad debuff floor or something. So it's a safety net for till that situation happens. So, like, ideally, I hold on to them as long as possible until it's, like, the victory lap. But there are going to be situations when I will be forced into them, and that's what they're going to be there for. That's the exit. I saw the exit up there. Okay, noted. Okay. Oh, that's the exit. Oh, so then what I saw was the beacon of return. Oh, I saw something glow, so I thought that was the exit, but... I think I can sink that chest. Oh, yeah. You're right. Oh. I did it on the previous floor, but I didn't do it on this one. Steal. Oh, that's trapped. Okay, I need to be careful. Okay, now we need to make the most out of this strength and seal. I think I aggroed the dragon. Oh, but that dragon too. I don't think there's a patrol. Too long. I'm gonna fight right now. I definitely need to try getting better at running around, kiting like I'm doing. Mitigating one or couple hits is huge, but also moving around like this keeps me aware of my surroundings. That's kind of the bigger thing too. But the stagger kiting is so big on melee. It's what you don't do in raids, but you definitely want to do it here. Okay, there was a patrol. Take you up. Didn't come this way. I wanted that chest, but he's not giving me the spot for it, so I'll probably just have to bail on it. Ooh, or not, because I have to pull. Okay. Killed my combo. I got you, man. Witching is huge. Okay. Flighted on the next floor. Serenities are still good. If I get at least one more floor that's clean, then I have Serenities all the way up. Looking good. I don't think I got a debuff. I think I got a buff. Well, there is Gloom, I guess. Wraith. Witching. Okay, this is flighted, so I don't have to go weird. I definitely have options to kill too. So how would you best use a witching on these floors? Trying to save yourself from a mistake? No, well, it could be also a good utilization. One play that you can do is you can gather a bunch of the undead, because especially from here on moving forward, 96 up, you're getting a lot of undead. So a strategy you could do for time save is that you can pull like 1 or 2 witching and then resolution them in a group, which will definitely speed you up. But a lot of times I will save it for a mistake, or another consideration on this floor is if an enemy gets a little rowdy, especially with Gloom on, like let's say I pulled a Gubu right over there, and the fight's not going well, I can witching it to fight it much easier. So that's also an option I can give myself to just make a fight easier, especially if let's say your steel is getting a little low, like that can be an option too. Like to just get through a fight, especially when you feel like you're close to opening the exit, that's an option. I didn't think I'd be out in 3, but that's fine. We have another thing I can pull. It is a tank thing, but you never know. It's always good to have strategies, I think, in the back of your mind sometimes. You never know when they might come in handy. But you won't probably see me do a witching resolution on a DPS. Unless I'm really desperate, but... the wrong combo. Hey, Bagwan. I've been away from the game for a while. Did any class get affected by any nerfs or buffs in PoTD? I would say the biggest one is probably Pictomancer. It got affected, but I would say it's still good. Like, Pictomancer's still good in Deep Dungeon. It's just it definitely got hit by the nerfs that came in 7.2. Black Mage definitely feels a lot better in 7.2. Those are the notable ones. Hey, what's up, Darabon? How is stream? Continuing the automata. But did I say that right? The automata. I didn't say that right. How is Nier Automata? What's up, Arahi? Good to see you guys. Welcome in. I'm Angel Demon as we are looking to wrap up this Dragoon run, which is looking pretty good so far. So let's go. I find the power spec of enemies from 70 to 80 is bonkers. Not as half as bad as 7 high difference. That's right. But not, are you going for all the endings? I know that has a boatload of endings. Or are you just kind of like going through and just seeing whatever? This is flighted, right? So I can Shank Steel here and then probably just go for victory. Let's do that. Nice. Okay, cool. So are you, wait, are you like going kind of like, you're okay with spoilers kind of thing on that game? Or like there's still some things that you want to find out on your own? How is it working now that you've hit, I suppose you've hit credits, right? I do. Yes, I do, you're right. Thank you for that, Robo. Oh, I got all excited there, bombs here. I forgot my strats. Thank you for that. See, that's a good backseating. Look at that. the kind of backseating you want to see from chat. Looking things up, so I guess it's okay. Gotcha. Well, the only one I'll mention is it's something that's stuck in my mind. It's just that I think, what is it, last year or 2 years ago, someone discovered a way to get the credits on Nier from the very beginning, and it was some wild strategy to do. Something about like going on top of boxes or whatever. I don't think that counts as an ending. Maybe, I don't know, but it was only discovered like recently. It was kind of cool. And what it was that it was some type of like sequence break that brought you straight to credits, but it was something that I think the developers of Nier are like, guys, you found the last secret. Like that's they actually went out and be like, yeah, you found it, good job. Like it took you a while, but you got there. So, which I thought was cool. So the exit's in that room. The 2 ages left, so I think it broke slightly by accident during my first. Oh yeah, nice. I guess I'll pull you. Knowing what I do about Yogotaro might have just been on purpose. Yeah, maybe. Ooh, hi. Oh, my pox is worn off. Hell yeah. We've progressed on life. I think I ignore that chest over there. We're just gonna go for the victory now. Let's do it. Kinda hungry, honestly. I could use some food. Okay, he did give me a free spot here. Oh, I don't have another heal. Oh, I still need to kill something else. Okay. Wraith. Actually, maybe the chest. And since I'm here anyway, I'll pop the chest. Purity. I'll take it. That's a rare purity. High kill flighted floor. They're trying to stop me, but it's too late. There's a loin trap. Oh, is there? Should I backflip? No, that's a frog trap. Is it in this room? Oh, there isn't. You're lying to me. What the hell? I'll do it for old time's sake. Let's see if I can do it blind. Hell yeah, let's go. Keep me on my toes. You definitely kept me on my toes. Alright, let's go with the last two. 2 ages, 2 fours. Let's go. Confidence goes a long way in this content, let me tell you. Okay, definitely want to do this within the steel, ideally. Is that a landmine? A rare landmine? Indeed, a rare landmine. Okay, I don't think 6 is going to be enough. Let me kill these and then go back to the other room. Why don't I just bloodbath first? Because I forgot. Why don't you bloodbath first? I'll do it on the next floor. Does that make you happy? I'll do it on the next floor. Yeah, I only needed 5. Oops. Potential issues. Ah, we're good. Nice finishing song. Oh, the no items at the end? Okay. Exit is not that way. There, I did it. You happy? I'm not using the resolutions. I'm surprised I didn't get that Gubu. The bee honey, you did it? I mean, my playlist is just random, so it is whatever, but... We got the Pulse remix, soon to be in your next Deep Dungeon. Since they made that possible. Eureka Orthos had what do you call it? It had Pulse 1 stuff, so I would almost guess that Deep Dungeon 4 will have Pulse 2 things, right? Guys, we did it. Dragoon has been re-cleared. Let's go. Let's do our little prediction that I stole from Darabon. 1 minute prediction. Is it a glass or is it a pumpkin? I'm sorry, is it a... What did I say? Glass or Firecrest? Did I say glass or pumpkin? Yeah, there's only one option. Glass or pumpkin. Thanks, guys. There's Dragoon. Pretty nicely done floor on the last set. We had enough palms. But it was a pretty smooth run. I mean, the tough part was probably 181 as it always is, but this was a good run. Pretty solid. You voted for Fire and Crest? Damn. On the top of chat, you can put your intuitions up there to see what we get, and I will hold until we get there. But thank you, guys. I hope you liked it. There's Dragoon for you. Pretty good run. I think Reaper is just stronger, though. Like without a doubt, it's just stronger. But this was a good run. I mean, if you're a Dragoon main, if you want to do it on Dragoon, it still has a lot of good tools to it. And I like the gameplay of Dragoon in general, but Reaper is just going to be stronger. Just defensively, offensively, but... I can back from this without turning the camera from here. My camera won't move, though. Alright, let's see what it is. Ready? Wait. Oh, you already saw it. I messed it up, sorry. It's a pumpkin. It is the ideal choice. Predict. Choose outcome. Good, you guys picked the right one. Congratulations. Alrighty. Zoom in. It also has a little sound and everything. It's great. Oh, that's a good picture right there. Not your 10 channel points. I get this one and we're good. Easy 15k. Solid. That's a solid picture right there. Alright, dudes. The score is whatever. Oh, I didn't even get the glass pumpkin. Imagine that. The score is whatever, but there's Dragoon. So next week, Monday, we'll set up Dancer. Dancer was something that was suggested for me to do. So we'll do Dancer. So Dancer next week. I know a couple people were working on Dancer, so that's why we'll do Dancer. And I guess the time after that, we'll look into Scholar. So at least we got our next 2 runs coming in for the next month. But I hope you enjoyed that run of Dragoon. It's going to be on the YouTube channel at some point. We're getting the Reaper ones up. I think the Reaper Clear is showing up this week. And then I got to do Summoner, and then you'll probably see Dragoon like 3 weeks from now. So hope you enjoyed. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you had a good time in stream. If you haven't already, I always say this. We have a Discord. It is probably one of the best solo Deep Dungeon Discords, if not the only one that is there. And look, join it. You don't have to chat in there. If you want to home in a place when next Deep Dungeon comes in, because we'll be very, very busy, hop in there and then just let mute the Discord, keep it chill, and once we start getting information, come back in and see what we got. So, I would like to think that we're going to definitely have the best information on the next Deep Dungeon, so check it out in there. The YouTube channel, the main one, will have all of our runs. If you want to see our previous runs, we did Reaper, we did Black Mage, as of recently, so if you want to see those are over there. And then the variety channel, we do a lot of variety on the stream, because I've been doing 14 once a week, so if you want to catch up on the games that I've already played, this week, at 9 p.m. Eastern, like literally 24 hours from now, we're going to continue our playthrough of Deltarune. We're about to finish Chapter 2 and maybe get into Chapter 3 tomorrow. So if you want to see me play that, I read out all the dialogue. I would love to have you there and to check out what games we're playing outside of 14 while we wait for that new Deep Dungeon to come in. And one last announcement. Next Friday, I agreed, Sheila agreed to doing this, but we will be live for Live Letter at 7 a.m. Eastern. That is next Friday on the 20th. So if you're going to be interested in seeing kind of our take and seeing what the information comes in for the next Deep Dungeon, we'll be there to provide that information. So that'll be next Friday. But thank you guys. I hope to catch you during the week, if not next week for Dancer. Let's see who I can drop you off to today. Let's see who we can raid. Let me see. What we got? No one doing 14, as per usual. Let me just eye the directory to see if someone is doing something cool. Otherwise, we'll drop you off to a good buddy. Info and LL. Bet his name, screenshot. Yeah, but I'll take it. I'll wake up at 7 a.m. to take that. You kidding me? That's enough for me to wake up. Sacrifice my sleep. I'll take a nap later. Alright, there's no one I want to go to. Sick. Not in the directory, anyway. I guess we'll just go to... We'll go to friends. I got one lined up. Let's go to my good buddy, who I always like to go to, and she's been going through a time with her content, but she's always kick-ass, and she's a wonderful buddy. We'll go to, Miss D-Buns, which I hope is not ending anytime soon. We'll go to Miss Donut Bunny. She's great. She is a necromancer and a lone hero. A wonderful friend of our stream. She's been doing a lot of variety on her end. She's doing Sailor Moon, Legend of Zelda. Say hi to her, guys. She's great. She's just a really nice person. So, but yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good night. Hope to catch you tomorrow for Deltarune. Let's go say hi. Good night, guys.